you today? So, today is kind of a follow-up to the last live stream I did on deaf tokenism and weaponizing sign language, where I was discussing the concept where I think, we should just stop devaluing deaf people. I said devaluing. There we go, putting that for the captioner, sorry. But anyway, so we're going to kind of talk a little bit more about that in regards to some comments that Mumi Starr had, as well as, and the captioner put Mommy Starr. I said Mumi Starr, M-U-M-I. Mumi Starr has, as well as, we're also going to then get into the Madeline Pendleton situation, look at a situation regarding workplace culture, in which she's been called out. And so we're going to kind of address that as well, and just kind of like this ongoing situation. Because I think it's very telling, particularly in relation to, the other commentary and discussion about her and the ideology I kind of believe she upholds, And so we're going to look at some thoughts I have, yeah. And then I have a couple of palette cleansers in here as well. One's a surprise, how about that? And, well, it's just, a little family thing. And then the other, I wanted to just kind of do some commentary reading. I try to read my comments every, like 2 months or so before they self-delete. Ever since I found out that it did that, I'm going to try to do that. So I've successfully done that once. So we're going to do that now. Because if you don't, because I hold the comments for review, but if I don't approve them within 60 days, unless you're an approved user, but if I don't approve them within 60 days, then they just disappear for good. So, yeah. Alright. So I'm going to, wait, did I discuss everything we're looking at? I think I did. Yeah. Anyway, I also have linked in the description of the video, all of the, TikTok videos we'll be looking at. I should probably link the Facebook post too. I don't think I did that. I'll try to do that after. And I also have a couple of other videos, as it relates to deaf issues linked, and I have some playlists in there too that are relevant to today's live stream. Okay, I'm gonna roll my intro, and now let's actually do this thing. Hi, my name is Alexis, also known as Lexie or Deaf Child. I was born deaf, hard of hearing. I began doing business as Deaf Child 2013, marketing 2011, sales 2009. I've earned 50 plus certifications in marketing and sales. My Bachelor of Science from Loyola University, New Orleans, with a music industry studies major and a business administration minor. Deafness runs in my family genetically. Speech is not fully accessible to me. Anyway, I'm here to bitch about whatever the fuck is on my mind. So here we go. Visit my site at noladeafchild.com. I had to refresh my captioner. I was not starting it. Okay, sorry, technical difficulties. Give me 1 minute. Someone was calling for me. Then I started speaking, and then I didn't like that. Other things I was saying. In the captioner. Okay, hold on. Anyway, and then whenever I refresh everything, I have to pull everything else back up again. Okay, so real quick, let's go into. You know what? Okay, I'm sorry. I was gonna actually start this live stream now. I'm just gonna do my be right back thing, and I will be right back. actually try and do this thing now. So the first live stream I did on this was the Perceiving in the Evening, Deaf Tokenism, Weaponizing Sign Language, Stop Devaluing Live Stream, Stop Devaluing People live stream, deaf people. I cannot speak. But yeah, I got interrupted here. Okay, so that's the first one I did on the whole conversation. Basically, where I had made a post about a situation regarding deaf discrimination. And I didn't name the people involved, the two people involved in this situation whenever I made my post. And one of those people chose to comment a bunch of things on that post, outing themselves when I had not named them. Um, and so that would be Eric Horn in this case. Um, and so in this situation, he was basically excusing the fact, that it was his brother when it comes to making fun of deaf voicing and when it comes to weaponizing sign language against deaf people. And when he was originally telling me about all of this in 3 different scenarios, I was telling him over and over, this is very harmful. This is discrimination. And he was laughing, not understanding, excusing it. It's just anyway. And in the comments, the things he said to me were pretty fucked up. And then he left me one message that's also in here with the screenshots as well. It's the last screenshot where he quote unquote apologized, but I'm still processing my issues with all of it, but it really hasn't sat right with me. So we're going to discuss a little bit more today. I really haven't processed it fully, so yeah. And in this video, I also have another Mumi Starr reaction and commentary in here. And I've linked a bunch of videos on deafness in here as well, and some playlists to get you started on a deaf journey with these issues. And the captioner keeps putting death instead of deaf. It should be DEAF. But yeah. So that's the context. Oh yeah. I forgot to show as well comments. So in the comments as well, Mumi Starr also watched this. And so yeah. And a couple of things, I processed after the stream as well. And here I said it really pisses me off too that I struggle to communicate with these people, and this is what they really fucking think of us deaf when they treated me this way. It's disgusting. I put so much effort into them, and I'm ashamed of myself for giving that much energy to people who don't support deaf community. Plus, deaf people only have rights legally labeled as deaf. However, deafness itself is not a disability. Associating deafness as a disability is tied to discrimination, eugenics, and genocide. And that's a whole different conversation as well. And yeah. And then, I also put all us deaf are related to hearing people. I am so sick of hearing people using their relationship to us to normalize their discrimination against us. I am not your fucking token. And Mumi Starr had said, I'm watching as we speak, and I want to say that you do not have to explain your mental health when turning off comments. And I just let her know she was approved. I was grateful for her. So, on the original comment that I made about all of this, and it has all of the comments and this is where the original altercation with Eric Horn took place. He had commented on here. Mumi Starr came back and said, what I find funny is where that hearing dude at, because even if you blocked him, I didn't, but I not see him. The fact you tagged me, I think I'm well known that people run when they hear me coming. Tagging his brother is tokenizing. It don't matter his hearing fragility says. Fuck his hearing fragility. The fact he said what he said to make others laugh is deaf discrimination. He should have kept it amongst the people he wanted only to know where, so he keeps in mind other deafies might be around, lip read what he says, and take offense as we have the right to. He wanted what he did to his brother loud and known, so our offense to it will be loud and known, and his brother is not the past he thinks it is, because I will fight him too if he gives his hearing fragility brother a token and pass. You don't use your deaf card to promote deaf discrimination in my books. And then I said that I've been working 50 hours weeks right now, and that, you know, I was dealing with family issues, and I explained that. And if you know sign language, then you know what I said. And if you don't know sign language, then you don't know what I just said here. Um, and so I was just saying that I was just started. Um, Wait, what did I say? Did I say 50-hour work weeks? I don't know what I said. I wasn't paying attention, but I'm just trying to like breathe. So then I said I didn't block him. I started um, oh, okay. So his brother told him to delete all of his comments. And his brother wanted no part in this, is what I said. I had to watch it twice. It's not that I don't know what I said. Oh, it's not that I don't know what I said, it's that I'm not processing. And then I said, I think she's right that his brother didn't want to argue with her. And I said, I wouldn't want to do that. And the way that all of these people I thought were friends were laughing about deaf isolation, deaf discrimination, deaf cultural issues, deaf, this like deaf, deaf genocide, deaf sign language access. I can't get over that. I can't just move on like nothing happened. And I don't feel safe around those hearing people, is what I said. I understand we all need to learn about what we do and hurting each other and how not to do that. But the way that they were discriminating against me and arguing with me about that when was just a lot. When they're deaf and I'm hearing, and all of those people, I just can't get over that. So the way I feel that they only value people as they are in relationship to them, that is wrong. Deaf people should matter, period, no matter what. And I asked her how she was doing. Was she okay? And I said I was sorry that I wasn't here right now. I was sorry that I was just like not a present friend, not showing up. Um, and I was asking how she was doing again. And I was thanking her for being here and for showing up for me. Telling her I love her. So that's what I signed there. I'm gonna leave this up so I remember the link. Okay, and so then I believe I can't remember if I believe I discussed this as well in my last post. So just Mumi had said here that we were possibly gonna do a video together. That would be nice. That'd be fun. Um, and then yeah, so Mumi Starr shared that post and that we've been discussing, this original post here where it all kind of started from my last video. So she shared that with the description. Hearing people invade invade or colonize our space. Yes, our deaf space, and like to tell us how we should communicate or we're over exaggerating. They make excuses to not learn about us, to harm us, and not see that harm and simply don't care about the harm. They feel as selfish as they are that lip reading is perfect communication when it's not, that we aren't allowed to ask for equal communication. I don't know why they want us to invade our deaf space. Why? Oh, I shouldn't say us. I don't know why they want to invade our deaf space and not learn nothing from us. I don't know why they like to tokenize us, to make mindless jokes that affects us and cycle and say I have deaf friend, deaf family. That don't mean shit to us. The only people that can understand me and my friend Alexis here is people that struggle with us. We have hearing family, hearing friends, and hearing people around us. We come out of hearing people that won't make the effort for us. And every failed relationship we had with hearing people was failed because of our basic needs for equal communication. You don't you can't make us become accessible for you who the road made you privileged over us, Mr. and Mrs. You don't have to look at people to know what they are talking about. You're supposed to develop a love for us to want to meet our communication needs too, not forcing us to benefit for you only. If you're hearing, you're already privileged over us, and if you don't want to meet us at least halfway, then why invade our spaces? Trust us, we're not the ones searching to be with you. We don't have a choice but to surround ourselves with hearing people. But hearings has a choice to be involved in our life, and that's the difference. What's the point of making an effort to be in our life, which we not ask to you, if you're not going to effectively understand the needs of communication? Stay where you are in your hearing life, and don't come for us and make our life worse, our struggle worse, and our pain worse. Got to be some type of evil person to ask us to accommodate for you. Edit. Imagine making jokes about deaf people but telling a deaf person it's not about them, so it's not discrimination. This is why I hate hearing people. They never see what's wrong with what they're doing because it doesn't affect them. I can't tell you the amount of excuses of hearing people tell me how I should feel about deaf jokes, lip reading, talking. I can't tell you how many times hearing people telling me how I should focus on something else and things won't bother me. Maybe we should colonize their house and tell them they should not feel we broke in because they should focus on the fact we can't take up the whole house space. Because that's what they're doing. They're colonizing how we should feel and react to things that affects us. No better than Columbus. Me being indigenous and deaf, I can throw him in almost every situation I've been in and Alexis learned the Karne been in, and the metaphor will match, and that's what's sad. Everyone will talk about how one colonizer was wrong, but they are colonizing our space too. And for context there, Mumi Starr, she is Taina, Boricora. Did I say that right? I apologize if I did not. Oh my god, I put Barbacoa. Jesus Christ, the fucking captioner. Oh my god. Um, but for context there, so my dad sent me another picture of him, and this was the surprise, like, palette cleanser. My dad sent me another picture of him because he said I wasn't sharing his good picture. Anyway, but I shared that too with the little caption. It said I said my dad used to do the whole "I got your nose" bit, like when like parents do the whole like or adults would like "I got your nose." My dad used to do that shit, and when we were kids. But now as adults, I'm looking at our stuff, I'm looking at our family's faces and everything. I'm like, but wait a minute, I actually got his nose. The tip for sure. My sister and we got his side of the family's nose. If you look at my aunts too, like, yeah, Aunt Terry and Aunt Sandy, we got their fucking nose, man. And my dad's nose, yep. I mean, we do. It's kind of crazy though, because we kind of do look like my dad's sisters. I think, like, it's weird. Am I wrong? Like, but it's interesting because I'm like, okay, when I look at my dad's family, look at my mom. I'm like, okay, I know how I'm gonna age. This is great. But yeah, so this is my dad at 35, and then my twin and I at 30, almost 31. We'll be 31 in a couple of weeks. Um, but yeah, fucking. So my dad, he is Powhatan descent, Potomac and Pamunkey, as well as Mattapanai, a little Mattapanai, one Mattapanai sister, that weak truth. Um, So yeah. And that is if I know my history correct and have everything correct. So I've got my lineage, verified by a tribal historian. Um, and invited to my language class, and so grateful in that opportunity. I am perceived as a white woman though, so I don't know if the way I've discussed my ancestry is problematic or not, because on a certain level I feel that Mumi Starr and we have a very specific experience, because deaf indigenous people experience a double genocide, and sign language is a genocide for indigenous people too. You know what I mean? Because and sign language is a double genocide on indigenous people, and deaf indigenous experience a double genocide. You know what I'm saying? Am I making sense? Um, and I'm talking to the cultural eradication and assimilation and whitewashing and appropriation of hand talk into American Sign Language. And I actually kind of want to do another fucking video reprocessing some racist white deaf woman who fucking argued with me about that. Because fuck you. Because now in hindsight, I'm like, wait a minute. Maybe they're just white supremacists. Because how the fuck are you two white women gonna argue with a deaf woman about my native fucking history? But when I have fucking indigenous ancestry, and they're not just far-fetched, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, y'all saw I don't, anyway, so, well, if you want to go into a pre-colonial context of the connection, then yes, that's far away. But if you want to go into connection of my relation, that's not, I don't know if I'm making sense. Um, but anyway, so, did I say this next part? Oh yeah, no, no. Okay, so I read this. All right, and then in the comments of that, Mumi Starr had said, "We are not going to accommodate ourselves no more for hearings. A few other deafies are in my stands for this movement. To be in our life, you need to accommodate yourself. Hearings is privilege enough to accommodate. We should never let them burden us. We also must prepare to let people out of our lives that won't accommodate themselves. I'm here teaching basic ASL for people to at least meet halfway, and I don't need to do that, but I need to teach you who needs it more first." And then she said, "I made an edit. Had to. There's so much experience as a 42-year-old deaf woman. Seeing that some experiences happen over again. I was born deaf. I didn't identify myself as deaf since I was born with some hearing. But how hard it was growing up. Not hearing every letter, how I had a bad speech impediment, how I had made fun of because of it, how I was made fun of because of it. And me not understanding, I didn't even know I was being made fun of or mistreated because I couldn't get educated in school due to my hearing needs. Me developing naturally to lip read because that was the only way I can understand people, but getting scolded for not looking eye to eye at people. Getting in trouble for not hearing anyone call me into the kitchen, etc., etc. The struggle of deafness is real, and hearing people like to ask questions, but that is all I see them doing. Asking, asking, and asking, but doing nothing to be better than the next hearing person. And to that, I had said, yes, all of what you just said and more. I am forever having a strong sense of self, of a deaf identity. I know that I'm hard of hearing, but why am I hard of hearing? Because I'm deaf. I have always had deafness. I've always been deaf. I've never been able to hear all of sounds. I can't hear all of words. I can't hear 1/3 of the ABCs. I can't hear what people are saying all the time. I lip read, but because I lip read or speak, people tell me I'm not deaf. I hear nothing on my left ear. On my right side, I can't hear a third of the ABCs. So it's nothing. I can't hear a lot. And it causes a lot of pain for me because hearing people make fun of me, laugh about it, laugh about deaf people, laugh about how we speak, how we communicate, and I don't understand why it's funny to them. And then I tell them that it hurts me. And I don't understand places or communities where that happens. And I just can't be around people who are like that. You have to know when to walk away. And I was wanting to try to be around these people, to have friends with these people, and I put so much effort into them. But if they're not taking care of me or putting that same effort into me, then you have to go. You know? You have to go for yourself, for your health. And then just for being, for my own mental health, I just feel like if hearing people think it's funny to make fun of deaf people or to laugh at deaf people, I can't be around them. And then, I was just thanking her for being here for me and for sharing her story with me and telling her I love her. So, yeah. And I obviously, I'm not saying every single thing I signed. Oh, wait. I didn't mean to exit that out. I'm not saying every single thing I signed, but, if you know sign language, you can go check that out. And, yeah. And if you don't, then you can check my playlist for how to go learn sign language if you want to learn. So, yeah. Mumi Starr also shared my post where I shared the video. And she said it's not funny to allow hearing people to normalize deaf jokes. It's not funny to do what this hearing fragile person did to his brother and was being an asshole about it, stating what he does to his deaf brother to other people where others can laugh. You normalized your house to where your deaf brother thinks it's okay to be attacked this way when you tagged him because, well, he's your token to defend your discriminatory actions against him. This is too easy for me to shit on. Like you will be wheeling my ass by the end of the day. I need his profile pic and everything he said. I will, one, fight off any hearing little shit. Your fragility is what's afraid of me. I will fight off any deafy too that thinks it's okay to use their deaf card to make others laugh. Accept the discrimination you was brought up to accept. No, I will fight your mama, your sister, and your siblings for not showing you better and making you move in this road accepting your deafness. Instead, they mock you and you laugh. It don't matter if I'm your daughter, your girlfriend, your wife, your sister, your cousin. I am not your token for discrimination. You're not going to use me for any degrading jokes in my behalf. I don't accept that. There's a cycle in deaf jokes that affects deaf people, and if you can't understand that, you need to leave our spaces alone. How dare anyone think it's okay because they know or have a deaf person in their family to use that as a token to gain laughs, fakes, or likes by making fun of us. Making fun of our voices, our language, and our perspectives in life. I don't respect no one like that and will never respect anyone like that. Can't find a dude who might have blocked me, which doesn't surprise me. They usually block me when I get involved. And now I just got woken up to this situation that will not go away until I feel like it. Also, the woman she speaks of, you're on eggshells, know that. To answer her question, no, I'm not paying anyone to not discriminate against me, or I'm gonna start asking for fees for the hairy bullshit I have to put up with my whole life. And honey, I'm not cheap. Mm-hmm. Mumi Starr also said, gonna have to pay me $500 to say a deaf joke to me. Only I can joke about me. Only I can accept what I want to accept. Harry's, you're saying our space is non-existent. You don't have a say or an opinion. That's it. You have the whole fucking world. Why you need to control ours too? Mm-hmm. And what bothers me too is the woman that Mumi Starr is speaking of is an Indigenous woman who is always speaking out about anti-discrimination in the Indigenous community. And I'm just like, how do you not understand how wrong it is what you said to me? Meanwhile, I watch you go use similar arguments to, for rightfully so because they apply, but because anti-discrimination. But it's just like, how is it not connecting? I don't. And that's another thing. It's just like, but all of it is just, yeah. Mhm. And to that, I said, hold on. Oh yeah, I was telling her I can send her links, okay, to all of the screenshots that I have. I was telling her I have screenshots. I've got where all of that was said. Um, and if she wants me, I can send that to her. And I also said his name is Eric Horne, Horne. And I was just like, he did not block me yet, as far as I know, and that we're still Facebook friends. We haven't talked since that happened because of it, because of what happened. If he blocked you while telling me sorry, it's just wild to me, you know what I'm saying? Because, like, how are you gonna do that? Wait, did I say sign grandfather? I don't think I should have signed grandfather. I think I meant to sign man there. Whoops. Hold up. Oh, damn, I went back way too far. Whoops, hold on. Yeah, I was just saying if he blocked me, if he didn't block me but blocked her and she didn't say anything to me, that was wild to me, is what I said. Okay. Okay, hold on. Alright, yeah. Around this second video I had. So yeah. Oh wait, did I say this out loud? I don't remember. Around 50 seconds of this video, I had accidentally signed grandfather instead of man when signing. This is like a man telling me about my period, is what I meant to sign. But you know what? Close enough. Good enough. It's like grandpa telling me about my period. Close enough. And then I was saying these two hearing people trying to make me feel like shit for telling them that it's not okay what they are doing, because that is what happened in the moment, you know. If you're and then you can't convince me like that you care about deaf people. If you really care about deaf people, then why not listen to deaf people about deaf issues? And that is why oh yeah, and that is why hearing people have to pay me $300 is what I signed. But they cut off on me because I need to clear up my storage space, so I just said have to pay me 300. So yeah, and then I don't know if I'm gonna link these Facebook links or not. I'll think about it. Okay, anyway, I might not link the Facebook links, but yeah. So then Mumi Starr had also shared, imagine being hearing in a deaf world. Everyone was born deaf and only a few hearing in the world. Imagine going out and everyone signing, but you can't, you need to vocalize. You're watching everyone laugh, communicate, and you can't because you can't sign or understand sign, and possibly only understand a little bit of sign. You're born hearing, and doctors tell your parents not to teach you to vocalize because it will dumb you down in the road and no one will understand you. So you're mainstream in a deaf school, incapable of understanding your deaf teachers. The thing is, you wouldn't imagine that, but don't care when a deaf person wants to be included, is begging to be included, is watching everyone have fun while just being there, not feeling important, trying to grasp any word they can lip read, laughing because others are laughing but not knowing why. Told forget it when they say what too many times. No one wants to be subjected to isolation, so why is it done to us? Why is our feelings not validated? Tirada said, yes. Hearing people tell me that if I can hear something, that it doesn't mean that I need to learn sign. And I was like, you know how hard it is to understand when you can't hear all of the words? How is that access? I think that hearing people see us as less than them. And that is how that they are able to understand that the way that they treat us or what they do to us. You can't tell me that you value me if you don't listen. For me, about my own deafness, especially if you're a hearing person, there's a difference if you're deaf and you have your own lived experience versus if you're hearing, telling deaf people about deaf issues. That's no. You can't tell me that you value me if you're doing that, if you're acting that way. I shouldn't need to list hundreds of links of sources for hearing people to take me seriously about deafness. And then Mumi Starr also then shared that same post we just read and discussed with another caption saying, you know, she thinks she's going to make a video like this. Visual effects work sometimes for the hearing. We can also express the spectrum of deafness and how it affects us individually. We all are deaf, but our struggles are all the same. Trying to educate these hearing people is hard because they say they understand, but their actions doesn't show it. Understanding means not to be part of our problems in the world. And I said yes, and I have playlist after playlist after playlist with hundreds of sources linked in descriptions or comments on deafness. And yet, when I educate people for free, they tell me I haven't done enough work as an advocate for them to value me, while telling me that's not discrimination, after telling me that making fun of sign language and deaf speech wasn't discrimination either. Processing that, and then they want to basically, in my opinion, it feels like move on as if nothing happened, fucks with my head so much. I can't. I'm so grateful to you for grounding me on this. I felt so untethered after that. You have no idea how much grounding made me feel like I'm not alone in the world. And I appreciate you. And then she also shared a post on dinner table syndrome from Combo. So what's dinner table syndrome? Why is it important to talk about dinner table syndrome? How do deaf people cope with dinner table syndrome? What can you do to make everyone feel included? We believe that all occasions, especially the holidays, are for everyone. Let's address dinner table syndrome and start making everyone feel included and welcomed. And this is a convo ad, it looks like. And in the description it says, have you ever heard of dinner table syndrome? Deaf people with non-signing family relatives go through this often. Find out what this syndrome is and why you must be aware of it. In order to achieve true inclusion, we must learn about the hard reality of inaccessibility and exclusion that deaf people face during dinners. So, dinner table syndrome is the isolation deaf people face whenever we are invited to events, typically dinners, and we're sitting at the dinner table and everyone around us is having conversations, but we can't fully be a part in those conversations because we don't have the same level of access. It refers to a specific type of isolation that only deaf people understand. And the reason I'm showing you these things is so you can see the many different layers that go into, and there's so much more to it than just this. This is just scratching the surface as to some of the fucking traumas this shit is hitting on. You know what I mean? Okay, so also, Mumi had shared a post where she said, where, you know, in the description, someone had said, United Health CEO Andrew Whitty sent a memo to staff leaked Ken Klippenstein, hailing late CEO as one of the good guys who had a profoundly positive impact on the lives of so many people. Whitty adds, he was certainly one of the smartest guys. I think he was one of the best guys. Staff are frustrated with how tone deaf the response has been, according to Ken's contact. And again, this is a deaf slur right here. It's discrimination against us. And I've linked more information about that in the description of this video. And so Mumi Starr shared that with a caption saying, I don't know how you work for an insurance company and use the ableist term tone deaf. I feel like insurance, you know, can be based on a lot of ableism. So, yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me. But I totally agree with Mumi, you know what I mean? But yeah. And then Mimi Starr also shared another post here. Says stop using other people's disabilities to describe someone else. It does imply using us as insults that we are less and stupid. That's why it's used as an insult. I'm deaf. And if people accommodate themselves for me, I would know when someone's talking to me. Tone deaf. Are you deaf? Knowing damn well the person isn't deaf is offensive. And don't tell me how to feel. And so she showed a snippet of some search results where it says, yes, tone deaf is considered offensive in ableist language. Ableist. Tone deaf can be used to demean or criticize someone, and it can imply ignorance. It can also reinforce the idea that people with disabilities are less than, or that disabilities is bad. Offensive. Tone deaf can contribute to harmful stereotypes and a stigma around disability and deafness. It can also create separation for people with disabilities. And I discuss a lot more about all of this. It's linked in the description of this video. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. And then I think that was it. Yeah, we made it through this. I was thinking about maybe linking to whoopsie. I was thinking about maybe linking to these Facebook posts. I don't actually think I don't know if I can't decide if I'm going to or not because with some of these posts on here, they're on my page and they're private, so those definitely can't get won't get linked. But I did just show them to you. Um, I will. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna link these posts. Actually, I lied. I had thought about it. I don't think that's gonna happen. My apologies. Anyway, so next up, what we're going to do, and fucking, we're gonna move
That
on
she doesn't
to
listen.
it started auto playing to the Madeline Pendleton situation, and for some reason, when I pull up TikTok videos, so after I pulled up a certain number of the links, when I was trying to pull up another one, it kept giving me this like server error message on Google Chrome, but it was still letting me look at the ones I had pulled up. So I was like, okay, so I just left those up. And then I pulled up more in Microsoft Edge. So we're going to go through two browsers here. Um, let's see. Um, First of all, we're going to look at how I found out about the most recent situation. And so that would be all of these comments and things, all of these were videos that we're about to react to here on the Madeline Pendleton situation. So this is how I found out about it all again. So I'm not seeing captions on this one, so I apologize for that. But yeah, I'm hoping that the YouTube captioner works for me. Okay, so let's look at the most recent situation.
I once made a post about Madeline Pendleton, and everyone told me I was off base for saying that she doesn't listen to black and brown creators. Like, I was absolutely crucified. But it turns out I wasn't entirely wrong. I
So it turns out this does have some captions right here. They're just like really, really tiny and kind of hard to read, but they do exist. Um, so yeah, so basically she was talking about how she's previously tried to speak out about detecting racism regarding this situation, and a lot of people basically gaslit the fuck out of her. And I feel like I see that pretty often. Um, and I think it's just a reflection. I don't think it means that, the person calling out the racism is wrong about racism existing. I think it's a reflection of how society takes accountability or upholds or normalizes or perpetuates it. Yeah, that's annoying. Oh. Anyway, I just hit my fucking elbow. But anyway, okay, so
I did end up taking down the post though because I could not deal with that amount of hate. But recently, Babylungs, an ex-employee of Madeline Pendleton at Tunnel Vision, has shared her experience of what it's like being not only a woman of color, but a black woman working under Madeline. I'll tag her in the
I just realized two things. One, she's like her volume is like super low, so I try to turn it up as much as I can on my audio mixer for you guys, but it won't go up any higher. And two, um, I don't know if I try to say the creators' names. I do forget though, because I'll be reacting to so much shit. I'll be forgetting to do this. But I try to tell you guys who the fuck I'm reacting to, and I totally forgot. This is a video from Karne Asada on TikTok, spelled Karneasadaa. By the way, Karne. So that's funny because my last name is Karne, so hey. Yeah. Anyway.
caption so you guys can see the posts themselves, but I'm going to give you guys a basic summary of what she said. So, first, she talks about the office culture, and she said it was very uncomfortable, high stress, very catty, and mostly racist. And a lot of the racist comments and microaggressions were through Madeline's friends, her white friends, which a lot of them were her employees and friends. And when they would talk about here, X person did this, X person did that, Madeline said that they felt too guilty to fire these people who had all these racist comments to make. and even said that if they were to fire those employees, they would offer them at least some sort of severance package because they deserve it. Madeline also demanded that they work harder and faster. And when Babylungs said, "This is giving Shein," everyone pulled out a dictionary definition of what fast fashion was. They didn't take her advice. They didn't say, "Oh, maybe you're right." They told her, "Here is you're wrong, and here's the proof." Apparently, also, a lot of the work models that Madeline had were stolen from people of color. And the last person that ended up quitting or leaving was because they were uncomfortable with the racist comments. Madeline said work from home. They couldn't even make the accommodations to make the place safer. I also took a look at another post that she posted, Babylungs, and it was screenshots of Madeline, of her calling Madeline out. Every single time Babylungs called Madeline out, Madeline would say, "Oh, I don't really remember that."
Let me pull this back real quick. Get
Sorry.
that. Ah! I'm trying to read the screenshots here. So, this screenshot. Is it like not letting me
I
expand?
don't really remember that.
God, it auto played when I did that. So the comment said, um, I don't know who it's from, but it said, "Oh, well, I'm sorry. I do not remember saying that at all." I'm guessing that's from Madeline. "And I'm so sorry if I ever did say that because that is completely unacceptable. It's true my hometown is mostly Mexican, but I definitely do not feel that makes me Mexican, and I apologize for ever saying anything otherwise. Wow, that's like deeply not okay, and I'm so sorry." So she admits it's
I don't really
weird.
remember
So
that.
she admits it happened. How are you gonna admit it happened, but then you say you don't remember it though? But okay. Anyway,
Sorry. Maybe if I did, I'd hold myself accountable.
sorry. I when I try to pull it up so I can read the comments, it keeps kind of auto playing. So that's why that happens this way. Um, and then here, so I think it's from Madeline, perhaps. It says, "I wish I could remember the situation so I could take better accountability for that." And then I believe it's from Babylungs who says, "So I don't know what to believe, honestly. Actions speak louder than words." I believe Madeline said, "Yeah, I mean, I think the arm warmer situation frustrated me because I want everyone to take accountability for their stuff at work because we get paid the same amount." And then Babylong said, "That made me extremely uncomfortable, even if I didn't like the person calling me out. Why lie?" And then Madeline said, "When you said you were inspired by Russian boots, and I wanted to back you up on that." I don't know the context of that to understand what was happening there. But
I can't hold myself accountable if I don't remember. I'm sorry you feel that way, though. And she called herself, she says she felt Mexican. She feels Mexican because she grew up with Mexicans. Girl, they really weren't lying when they said the most dangerous thing to people of color is the white woman.
so yeah,
Madeline's done some.
this keeps auto playing. My apologies. So next up, this video is from Aleks. Aleks for Ndrite. Um, yeah.
Something else incredibly stupid when this video starts getting a bunch of likes again. It's like the bat signal, but for white leftists who can't stay in their lane. And this time, it's mistreating her workers and being racist. Again.
So we can see part of the screenshot where it says, "My name is Babylungs and I used to work at Tunnel Vision.
So
I didn't want to
Babylungs.
have, oops, sorry, I accidentally hit play. It said, "I didn't want to have to do this, but Madeline has gotten very much lost in the sauce, and it's scary seeing someone behave the way they do with such a large platform. I tried to check her so much and just wanted to move on for real, but she keeps spreading more harmful rhetoric, and I can't stand by while she uses real life atrocities just to debate people online and feel famous." So yeah, so this is about, Babylung's a former employee. So let's see what Aleks is saying here.
Babylungs is a former employee of Madeline's at her clothing company Tunnel Vision, and we know that they know each other and have worked together because there are tons of videos of them together on TikTok if you just type in Madeline Pendleton and Babylungs. And in this TikTok, she details a lot about the toxic work environment there and about how instead of addressing racism in the office, how Madeline just like told one of the black employees to work from home because like problem solved, I guess. In conclusion, absolutely. Madeline simply needs to stop talking about black and brown people and our struggles and co-opting them to make herself seem like a better leftist or a more reputable source because she has black friends. And I am absolutely appalled by this behavior, and I'm very sorry that you had to go through that, Babylungs. And cancel culture does not exist because she's still very much on this platform making lots of money.
If cancel culture existed, I don't think that Jeffree Star would still have a platform, for example. You know, like I always see like people talking about cancel culture like as if it's real, you know, it's usually when they're trying to uphold something like well, not in that situation, but like other cases where that's not what I meant by Alek, but that's just what what Alek reminded me of. Not that Aleks was being this way, just what the concept I think of is when, you know, people will, if you ask someone to be accountable and then they'll be like, you're just trying to do cancel culture, you know, type thing. I don't know. But anyway, yeah.
So a lot of you guys have been asking why I'm not responding to a certain situation going on right now.
So you see this video right here where Madeline says a lot of people are asking me why I'm not responding to the situation going on right now. Fucking yeah. She deleted this video. She also deleted another video she posted up as a response, and I can't find either of those two videos. So now I just feel gaslit talking about them. But I swear to God, they're real. But I did find someone posted the live stream, so we'll watch the live stream. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, and then also something about the way Madeline Pendleton talks and the way Eugenia Cooney talks reminds me of each other. Y'all notice them? Because they both do. So I have a squeaky voice and my voice changes with my emotions. I can go and sound like that with emotion, right? When it's prompted. But I think there's a difference between like I don't come into my live streams like I don't know. Like okay, so for example, my best friend thinks it's fucking funny sometimes to give me a fucking wedgie, right? So that happens. I'll be like, what the fuck? I'll make some squeaky ass sounds. You know, I don't judge people for, you know, for being emotional or like making higher or lower pitched tones or like whatever the fuck noises, random ass noises come out of it. So that's not where I'm trying to go. But what will say is there's just like, so whenever I work, I have a customer service voice, you know. It's different. There's like you're my client and I'm talking to you, like I will unmask because that's how I processed best. So I'm not gonna be like once we're working together, you know, I'm not always like I will for specific events or you know reasons go into customer service mode, but I will just talk to you just like I do in live streams. We just like I would a normal like I just talk. But when I need to close deals, for example, or provide a certain level of customer service, I do have that like voice, you know, where you snap into attention, be like, hi, how are you doing today? Yes, and how can I help you? Hi, my name is Lexie. I'm calling with the company Deaf Child. I'm here to talk to you about your consultation. Are you still available on Tuesday? I just wanted to confirm. You know, like because you don't like if I sound like a fucking 12-year-old, not many people are going to take me seriously investing in me for their business, and I know I look and sound young. You know what I mean? So it's just kind of like how I feel that my conversion rates improve. I just try to act like I'm like Bob Ross. You know what I mean? I don't know. That makes no sense. But with customer service, fucking but anyway, but with Madeline Pendleton and Eugenia Cooney, both do this really weird squeaky voice thing to me, and it's like this, like when they're this, it feels fake to me because it reminds me of my customer service voice, but it's also because I see them do this in a lot of clips, but then I also see clips where it's like that slips and that breaks, and that's not how they are, if I'm making sense. And so, like, and you'll see with Eugenia and with Madeline in different ways. So Eugenia, she will be like Eugenia Cooney. She's gonna be like, "Hi guys, I just want to talk to you guys about my makeup palette today. This is gonna be a little silver. It's a little silvery silver." People in the comments are just so mean. You just need to get a life. Just get a life. Just get a life. Anyway, you know what I mean? That's how Eugenia Cooney will talk. She will go from being like this, like super, like squeaky, like trying to sell someone. She's like, everyone just needs to be happy, and we're just like really happy here. And like, if you have anything negative to say about me, you're just not happy with your life at all. Is kind of how like Eugenia Cooney will go, and then she'll be like, the next minute, then she'll be like, you watch older videos of her prank calling people, she has a much deeper voice. And I understand, like, if I take a bong hit, or if I take something like if I'm smoking ganja and then I speak, my voice is gonna be much more different than when I, have if I haven't done that, right? For example, or something like, I understand also like how your voice can change with your mood, how it can change with your attitude, your uh, environment, what you've been doing all day. I understand that, but for me, it feels like a performance. Like I certain times where you see like this like fakeness to her, because then you see the reality, if I'm making sense. Um, because you can always tell when that's someone's personality because it's just how they are, versus when that someone will act that way to sell something, and then when they're, you know what I mean? But yeah, but like I don't think any of my customers expect me to be like chill all the time or whatever, but during certain moments of business, that's the professional way to be, right? Like, so I also think there's a difference too between being fake versus being professional when you need to work, you know? But Madeline does it in a different way. She'll be like, I just want to talk to you guys about why I know everything there is to know about communism and socialism, and I know some brown people, so believe me, I'm really good at human rights issues. And then she will be like, this is a workplace issue. Or, I don't know if I'm making sense. Um, but yeah, it's they're very similar. Madeline Pendleton and Eugenia Cooney have like the same personality to me. Okay, I'm sorry I spent so long on that. We're gonna actually react to this video now. This is posted by Cole. Um,
But the thing is, you did. You literally did respond to it with a 39-minute video, and then you went live talking about the situation too. It just didn't get good feedback, so you deleted it, and now you're wanting to pretend as though you never responded.
a couple of
so here Cole is pointing out, she's acting like she never responded to this whole work issue. But she did. She posted the video and then she deleted it. So that's why this is so important. Thank you, Cole, for your work on this.
reasons. One is that this situation affected our entire workplace, so
everything Madeline does affects their entire workplace. You know what I mean? So I feel like that's not a good reason. And this whole like, oh, we needed approval from the team before I take accountability for my behavior thing kind of just sounds like I'm gonna blame other people for what I do instead of owning up to it myself. You know what I mean? In my opinion, just my opinion.
Our workplace.
It's like literally, as a business owner, it's she's basically like saying like I need when you address something with your team as a business, that's like a PR stunt. That's not actually taking accountability. That's just my opinion.
Is working together on Monday to come up with like a collaborative statement and way to address this issue that makes sense for everybody.
So you notice this. She started off like, this is a workplace issue. So we're coming together on Monday for a collaborative statement. You know how she changes there? That's why she reminds me of Eugenia Cooney. So yeah.
But the issue is you. So why would you're using other people as props to?
Okay, and so you know what's funny is I was basically saying I felt like she was doing all of this when I was reading her messages to Kelp. And I was just like, yeah, when I was discussing the business, the way a business works, and when she tells her employees or whatever, she expects them to take equal responsibility as a business. As a business owner, the whole only reason business owners make money is because we invest into the business to get it going. That takes risk. So you are supposed to make enough money to pay that back, right? And then on top of you have to still live and everything and survive. So that too, right? But also you work longer as a business owner because when you decide to own a business, it's like deciding to become a parent. You're never until your business closes, you're never not a business owner. And unless you hire managers to do this for you, and even then you just gotta keep an eye on your managers because you don't want them to fuck you over. You know, not that most would, but there's some bad eggs out there, but yeah, fucking but yeah, so you gotta be able to manage your shit. The business will always exist, and there's always gonna be issues with it. You know what I mean? You're always gonna be a business owner. So when it comes to when people are talking about corporate greed and income disparity and how it's even because of capitalism and the way our business society works, a lot of smaller business owners or medium or smaller business owners will be just as unethical and greedy as larger corporations doing the exact same fucking shit, if not more shit. All of that is true. And so when people have those criticisms on that, I'm not negating that. Those are valid lived experiences and all that good stuff. What I'm about to say here is separate from that. In small businesses, it's that when small business owners are actually doing the work, that's why you make more money, because you are the one putting in all the risk. You're the one taking the responsibility to control and support it and be there 24/7. Everybody else, they get to clock out. When you own a business, you don't clock out from being a business owner. You know what I'm saying? So that's a whole other thing. Where Madeline is trying to, if you can't put responsibilities on other people without them having um like enough incentive for that. You choosing to take a pay cut, like, or whatever, like, I don't know this whole everybody gets paid equally thing, but allegedly somehow, if I'm understanding correctly from what I've seen online, if I understand correctly, what's previously been discussed, and I don't know if this is true or not, but allegedly, they all make between $70,000 and $80,000. And while that is pretty good within fashion industry for that level of clothes, because it can be very hard to make money in fashion. It can be if you're at a certain level in your designing with your quality and your branding, then you can be very lucrative. But if you're not holding yourself to certain standards, it's very difficult. It can be very difficult to be profitable long term and sustainable long term in business. So yeah, like, and 80,000, $70,000 to $80,000 though, where they live in California though, that's still not a whole lot of, like, when you put into perspective where they are, that's just meeting the baseline, if I'm not mistaken, of certain financial thresholds, like you need like $50,000 a year to actually be okay in New Orleans, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Um, and I feel like California and LA is probably like more expensive, if I'm not mistaken. So I just feel like it's just like not, that's just like the bare minimum. That's not paying them to take on the risk of business ownership. And they didn't decide to own their own business. So it's like they shouldn't have to take on that stress or risk. So that really bothers me. I'm sorry I'm going on this long ass tangent about it. Okay, let's keep watching this reaction. My bad, Cole.
To diffuse the situation. Instead of just holding yourself accountable, which you've never been able to do on your platform, ever. Because, again, this is not the only situation where people have called you out for the same things. Not listening to marginalized groups and using the experience of somebody else to be like, oh, but actually they could have never experienced this or never feel this way because this person doesn't.
And the second is that, quite frankly, I've been threatened with legal action if I talk about it.
But here you are, talking about it some more. You didn't care about legal action when you threatened me, when you threatened Elizabeth, or Park Road. You didn't care about the defamation lawsuit that you could potentially gain from lying on other creators. But now you care about legal action. Shut the fuck up.
However, the reason I'm stitching this person is not because you need to get mad at this person. Don't get mad at the person who made the video.
And this is where I'm going to end it because you use your platform so irresponsibly. It's about 30 seconds into your video where you say, don't get mad at the person I'm tagging. Yet, not only did you stitch their video, in the comments you're saying their username is, and your video, you're being defensive. You're defending yourself for doing something wrong, stitching somebody else's video where you don't show their full video, so they're not going to know this. And you also should know, on TikTok, the average watch time is like 10, 15, 20 seconds. People are not going to sit there and listen to you talk for 8 minutes long. Majority of them aren't, right? So you should know the outcome of not only stitching someone's video, tagging them, and mentioning them in the comments on a platform of your size would do. Disgusting. Because not once did you take accountability for anything. In this situation, the last situation, the situation before that, the situation way before that one, none of them. You always want to be fucking right, and you're not.
We're here today because we wanted to make a video addressing something you might have seen from a former worker who is affiliated with our company who posted online that they had some experiences they didn't quite like.
I'm not even going to say much. Tell me what you see wrong with this clip. The second you get called racist, this is what you do, love? It's giving, oh, but I have a black friend from the right-wing conservatives. You think just because you're so far left, it can never be you.
Yeah. I'm just going to play automatic.
Exactly.
So we got another video here from Aleks. Aleks4 and DRITE. I apologize. I don't know how that's supposed to be said. But yeah. So the comment that Alek is responding to here says, regardless of the validity of Babylungs' claims, the first thing Madeline does when asked to take accountability is to double down and use people of color as shields to show how unracist she is. Extremely telling. And let's see Aleks' response.
That's the problem exactly. Madeline's handling of controversies is never ever good. She always doubles down and then hides behind people of color to like shield her from the accusations of like, I couldn't possibly be racist, I have black friends. And on top of that, she often deletes videos when they're not well received, okay? So she's constantly deleting evidence of problematic takes that she has, like about North Korea, like that 40-minute video with her black employee basically tokenizing them and being like, oh, well, I couldn't possibly be racist. This black person doesn't think so. And then she has the audacity to hop on whatever platform. I was seeing this secondhand, another creator clipping her, being like, that's why I haven't addressed this controversy yet. When she had deleted the video of her addressing the controversy, like the audacity to lie to us like we don't have eyes or brains. It drives me up the wall. That's, ugh. And I tried to stay out of it too, you know? I've called her out before, but I think she's actively doing harm and deserves all the call-outs.
That your favorite.
Oh, god damn it, I was muted. That's my bad. I hope I didn't do that wrong. Where I was like unmuted for when Alec was speaking, because that would have sucked if Alec had an echo. That's my bad. Um, so I had just basically said we're gonna watch Sarah now. This is Sarah of her social takes. I didn't realize I was muted.
The reason so many of you are surprised that your favorite socialist slash communist, who's actually a capitalist, is racist is because y'all don't listen to us. We have been explaining this to you for a while now. Y'all have seen interactions and conversations and her behavior, and you were okay with it. Because if you don't hear the hard ER, y'all just assume that there's no racism. And it doesn't matter that black people are telling you, like, hey, this person is racist. Because as long as you like who is speaking and what they're saying, y'all don't care. And I'm going to tell you right now, for everybody that's excited about the idea of class consciousness and some change, if y'all don't start deconstructing your internalized racism, it's never going to work. It is literally the thing that is going to keep all of us down. And I'm going to suggest that if you have seen this person's behavior and you have supported them or felt that everything that they have done is okay, you need to look at yourself and see why you think that their behaviors are okay. But I am going to give you a little hint. Anytime this person or anytime they have to prove that they have black friends or black employees, that's a problem.
So yeah, and I can definitely agree with that. And I feel like, so all of this context is to show you why, um, like where I'm coming from into this situation, why I don't feel like, regardless of what people think, there are valid reasons, for people to say this is not well received. There are definitely things happening here that are definitely racism, particularly in this issue as it relates to tokenism, in my opinion, from what I've seen discussed here on top of other issues. And so where people try to look for ways to which they're like X, Y, and Z is it discrimination? To me, it's just like there's certain evidence we've seen for me to see enough where I'm like, you can't kind of convince me it's not racism in my opinion, but I don't want to tell people who are obviously experience racism, how to feel about that. So that's not what I mean to say. Only to say for people who don't experience racism trying to negate the lived experience of people who do, shut the fuck up. Is just all I want to say on that. So yeah, so next up, for some reason, like I was telling you before, like on Google Chrome when I was trying to pull up the rest of these things, it was giving me shit, so I had to switch from Chrome to Microsoft Edge. Alrighty, so next up, let's check out Babylungs' profile. Um, so babylungs.com is the TikTok profile here, and this is where this is the employee he spoke out, and where the situation came from, in terms of people becoming aware of this situation here. So I believe these last three posts right here are what's relevant to this situation. Let me just click this one and see if it's about it. I don't think it is. It was.
That I could tell my younger self, I would tell my younger self to start training, start running.
Okay, that's not. Alrighty. So here we go. I'm going to mute it. My bad. I'm hoping that doesn't copyright strike me, but because of copyright striking, I'm going to mute that. My bad. So, this is a slide here, and it says a few reasons why, a few of the reasons why Madeline pissed me off, and also some reasons why I quit Tunnel Vision. And Madeline Pendleton is in the back here, along with a couple of other white chicks. And we have a description here. It says, "My name is Babylungs, and I used to work at Tunnel Vision. I didn't want to have to do this, but Madeline has gotten very much lost in the sauce, and it's scary seeing someone behave the way they do with such a large platform. I tried to check her so much and just wanted to move on for real, but she keeps spreading more harmful rhetoric, and I can't stand by while she uses real-life atrocities just to debate people online and feel famous. There's lots of perks to working there, but at what cost? The work environment at Tunnel Vision was high stress, uncomfortable, catty, and racist. On multiple occasions, almost all, if not all, of Madeline's white employees, mostly personal friends of hers, mind you, have made microaggressive remarks that have made me, models, and even other employees uncomfortable. Considering the brand's identity, I felt that this should be a zero tolerance thing, especially since there are repeat offenders. Madeline immediately made excuses for the employees and felt so guilty firing them, she even said she would give one of them a severance package. When I quit, my final straw before quitting was being assaulted by a stranger while walking back to work from a coffee shop with two other employees. This makes her recent tweets especially heinous. She never really checked on me or offered anything for months. She only hit me up to ask for the work phone back, but the people who can't respect black people get offered severance packages in the hypothetical firing? Okay. I had also begged her prior to the assault to stop making videos, walking up the office, and being so open with the address, etc. on socials for safety reasons. She always refused, despite other employees being particularly at risk about that kind of information being that easily accessible. Additionally, she is pissing people off every damn day. Um, and I reworded that slightly to not culturally appropriate. Um, I have in the past, accidentally read without thinking, and then overthought about if that's okay, and then I'm like, no, I already know it's not okay. Why am I even asking? Um, like thinking of default settings though. I don't even like that was my default setting. I don't know, but anyway. So then she said oh there I go with the default setting, colonial as fuck. I apologize, Babylungs. Pronouns are they and them. And this is another issue I struggle with. Like, if someone did not like me because of where I am on this, like, valid as fuck. Like, if someone did a video compilation every time I fucked up pronouns, I would repost that. Maybe I should. No, I probably shouldn't do that. But anyway, um. So next, Babylungs said, I apologize. I'm getting the pronouns wrong. They said the work environment was high stress because at the end of every month, she would name a crazy amount of money we need to make before the next bill cycle, or else we'd have to lay off several employees. That's not okay. Wow. So as a business owner myself, so when I was like, all right, I want to scale, I tell people, I'm like, this is my life. This is where I can guarantee. This is where I know it's going to be stable. This is where I am unstable. I go ahead and just be upfront with them, like where I'm not together at, where there's instability, so that way they know what they can expect. Because it's my responsibility to be upfront, and if they can't agree, if that doesn't work for them, that's totally fine. If they can't agree to that, because it's better for them to not agree to something that's not good for them than for me to offer something that I then can't follow through on. So this itself shows some business practice issues where she's not succeeding in her marketing and sales. You know what I'm saying? She's not connecting how do you have 1 million followers but talking about laying off employees? Because she's not connecting awareness to sales. The content she's making where she's getting it going viral, she's not growing as a business off of that. Okay. And then they said, I always suggested getting rid of the racist ones. We couldn't keep up with the demand of the clothes because her quote-unquote genius business model involves making and dropping a lot of stuff often. Sound familiar? I witnessed her pressure employees to work faster. And it says a lot of stuff often. Oh, sorry, no, I'm rereading twice. I witnessed her pressure employees to work faster and harder beyond their capacities. In person, I said, no offense, but this is giving Shein. Or is it Shane? I don't know how to pronounce that. And they pulled out the dictionary definition of fast fashion. I was like, and it has like a smiling emoji. And it says we're supposed to have unlimited days off, but the impending doom pressure made it hard to do without feeling guilty. Instead of talking to me about my justified absence from the office, they held an extremely passive-aggressive meeting about needing help in the office and needing people to show up more despite them consistently refusing my help and even shading me about my style at times. After the passive-aggressive meeting, I ended up going to work on a day where I was feeling extremely and inexplicably uneasy, and that was the day we were assaulted. I'll never doubt my intuition again. All the non-whites and some whites there are super overworked. I was creative directing, casting, shooting, making social media content, location scouting, posting, etc. And I always asked for an assistant and never got it. Instead, she later appointed 2 white women to do an eerily similar job to mine. Why does it suddenly take 2 people? For a worse result at that. That is not good business. Even when I first got hired, I noticed a lot of cracks in this little system of hers. And since then, she seemed open-minded. I made suggestions because I felt like I could see some small issues turning into major problems they are now. These white girls looked like they were gonna cry anytime I made a simple suggestion. I tried my best because I had gratitude for all the job perks. Most of the time, my suggestions were not well received, only for Madeline to consistently regurgitate my ideas back to me as her own. Don't worry, I always called her out. Another employee, not as outspoken as me, admitted to me privately that she was taking her ideas too. I had to have an entire meeting calling her out on all of this, among other things, in front of most of the staff. Madeline's responses were usually typical white woman responses, mixed in the word salad, along with things you're supposed to say when calling out all white huffin' puffin', profusely apologizing on the verge of tears. The last black person to work in the office stopped because the environment was uncomfortable, and instead of making it more comfortable, Madeline let them work from home, which is awesome for the employee, but why can't Madeline make necessary accommodations to make the office a safer space for us when she is so loud on the internet? I think the best solution is for her to pay reparations to everyone affected, especially Black and people of color as a whole, because everyone caught astray in that office in some way, shape, or form that only an insidious liberal could have gotten away with for this long. Madeline calls people a cop so much really makes me wonder about her. Could it be projection? This is just the tip of a wild-ass iceberg, and this is me not telling everyone's business as well. Everyone lets her slide because of all the perks. Had to get it off my chest because those recent tweets were triggering and highly disrespectful to several of her own employees and marginalized communities. Madeline needs to keep Black and brown people out of their mouth forever. They need to give up the sponsorships and brand deals she gets for talking about us. Our problems shouldn't be a selling point. Equality shouldn't be a selling point. This won't be any of their first times hearing it from me. She is taking up way too much space and needs to be brought back down to earth. I tried to tell her personally. Madeline needs to keep Black and brown people out of their mouth forever. They need to give up the sponsorships and brand deals she gets for talking about us. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm just rereading this. I apologize. I didn't realize that was the same. Okay, and then it shows the tweets. So, Madeline had tweeted saying, the reactionary mind cannot comprehend that men are actually more likely to be the victims of random stranger danger crime than women, and the most prevalent threat to the safety of women is intimate partner violence. Holy fuck. So, I wonder where the fuck she's getting these stats from, because it feels, whoo! Anyway, like, okay, but, alright. So, that first one just, anyway. And then she says, fearing a random strange man you don't know will only seek to physically harm you at every turn, only upholds the police state as it inflicts harm upon Black and brown men. Nope. No. Oh, God. No. Stop. So when it comes to intersectionality, as it relates to anti-discrimination, I can kind of understand where people can do some comparisons where, people be like, one form of discrimination is just the same as another form of discrimination. To a point, I see where people's minds are going, right? But this isn't that, okay? Because, so, violence itself isn't the form of discrimination. In her first argument, she's trying to argue that she's basically trying to argue that in a way that presents women who experience misogyny from men and who have experienced this from strangers, because being assaulted by strangers is extremely common. I was fucking raped by a fucking stranger, Madeline Pendleton. Fuck you, bitch. Anyway, it actually is fucking common, bitch. Fuck you, stupid ass bitch. And then where she goes on to be like, fearing a random strange man you don't know, and then comparing that to police brutality against Black people is just so terrible. Like, what? Do you not believe that's real either? Because you're literally acting like misogyny isn't real when it is. You're acting like rape culture isn't real when it is. You know what I'm saying? So, fuck you, Madeline. Like, what the fuck? So, no. And then to basically, like, huh? What argument did you think you were making there? Okay. And then someone else said, women are constantly told to avoid being hurt. If we're not cautious about strangers, then it's our fault when something happens. I can't agree with that sentiment too. Like, I was, just because I do believe that we are in danger of strangers, particularly when it comes to missing and murdered Indigenous women. Um, like, just because we are in danger when it comes to stranger, I do believe that, but I also hate when people act like it's our fault if anything happens. I don't believe in victim blaming, so I do understand where that comment was going, even if I hate this context of it. And then Madeline starts going off about that's the problem. Stranger danger culture implies there's a series of magic steps, women. So, yeah, Madeline acting like this is the point. If that was the point Madeline was making, and if that's what Madeline has said, then I wouldn't be, having issues. But these things aren't that. Like, what the fuck? Like, no. Anyway. And so then Babylungs said, I'm disgusted with myself for being in that environment so long. I got addicted to the stability and absentmindedly sold out when I told myself I would never do something like that. But we are so back, at least. Honestly, Babylungs, I don't feel like you sold out for that. Like, capitalism is hard. Like, is any fucking job under this colonial capitalist bullshit state selling yourself out then? You know what I mean? Like, to a point, I absolutely agree with you, because with Babylungs, when it comes to the concept of, maybe it is selling yourself out to work in an unethical environment, right? So to a point, I agree with that, because I don't agree with the concept of normalizing doing fucked up things because it's just business. No, I don't agree with that. So I feel that for sure. But I don't feel like Babylungs should feel like Babylungs. Well, now I'm telling Babylungs how to feel about this shit. What the white supremacy. What I was saying, though, is I just don't feel like someone should feel like they are selling themselves out for needing a fucking job under a colonial capitalist state in which you experience structural genocide through the form of employment. But I don't know if that's wrong for me to say or not. I meant it in a supportive way, and then, like, as I was talking, I realized ways that could have been harmful. So, but we're here now, processing. I apologize. Anyway, um, but yeah. So, and then, after that, Babylungs posted a video. So let's check.
Publicly addressed it. So I wanted to publicly address this comment and these two people because the day of the safety pin pants scandal is coincidentally the same day as the assault that I didn't want to be there. I told Madeline she was dead wrong for doing that, and honestly I was trying to be super nice about it. Me and all the employees completely disagreed with the way that she was talking to you and your friend, but everyone there is so scared of her. I'm not personally, but we crafted this careful text message all together to not set her off, so that she will actually see our side and see why that was wrong, because she just dead ass just never listens. And so I'm gonna post some of those text messages. You'll notice in the text messages she is actually lying in the text messages about quite a few things. We honestly didn't test those safety pins out as long as we should have. Madeline has a habit of rushing all the samples and try to just get things done fast. And I just felt like they weren't safe, but I didn't feel like I was in a safe enough space to even say that anymore. And I think the worst part is that she tried to pin that on her little bestie designer friend. And it's yo, that is not fair. And I feel like as a leader, sometimes you just got to take some fucking accountability. That's what makes you a good leader. So I don't know what the hell she is trying to play right now. Anyways, here's the text messages. Oh, and I also want to add, whenever there's a defect with the product or something and it doesn't feel like it's actually up to selling standard, instead of actually coming out and automatically marking it down or saying something oh, this isn't the quality that I want to have, there's no integrity in the process of making these clothes. So unless y'all complain, she's not going to say anything about it or really mark it down. except in rare cases like those tops where the cherries were upside down. It's like, okay, obviously there's something wrong with that. She can't really like work a way around it. But that's literally what was going on. Personally, if I had a business, that's not how I would do things. That's not like anything that I want to have anything to do with, because this is literally the problem with fast fashion.
So the text message to Madeline that was sent, it's about the pants, about the kelp pants situation. And if I didn't remember to link the Madeline Pendleton playlist on Tunnel Vision playlist that begins with the whole kelp situation, before, I'll try to remember to do that. Make sure that's linked in the description of the video. Go check that out. But yeah, so I should go link the specific videos too. So the text says, "Hey Mads, hope you're feeling okay." And then there's a little watery eye emoji, and it says, "We saw the Toby drama, and we thought it'd be a good idea to permanently mark them down as a defective item and explain the defect in the description, and note that there will be no refunds or exchanges if you so wish. I also think I should make a silly video like those asbestos one explaining the pants are defective and will be marked down, and for anyone who bought them already, they can email customer service for a gift code that's a little more valuable than the pants are. That way people don't feel so upset." The solutions was Kenna's idea, and I thought to do the video, but I totally back, and then that's redacted. It says, "I do think we should take full accountability and try not to give excuses, and also have a serious talk with the manufacturer about sending pieces too early, because they're fucking the money up, upsetting the customers, and if it's our problem, it certainly should be theirs too. The video will be fun and lighthearted and silly though. We didn't want you to have to think too much either, but we also didn't want to power through without your approval. And I've got 5 TikToks in the drafts now." And to a certain level, when you're really good at your job, as Babylungs seems to be, like, I think there is a certain level of accountability and ownership you have in your role and your work when you own what you do and care about what you do, right? But this level of stress and responsibility for the outcome of the direction of the company should not be placed onto the employees. It's the business owners' responsibility to deal with. And so this is something that bothers me. You know what I mean? The way that they're trying to manage her and coddle her. Not like they're doing anything wrong. They're just doing the best they can to fuck up situation. It bothers me that that's how they felt like they had to be because of the environment Madeline created. Am I making sense, or am I victim blaming? I apologize. You know what I mean though? I don't know. Anyway, let's see if it shows more. And then she had also said, "And also please don't," wait, that just say she, fuck, I fucking did it again. Babylungs is non-binary. That is a they, them pronoun issue. Not an issue. I have the issue. I apologize. Okay, so they said, "And also please don't engage with these people anymore, especially from your personal. We need to be mad with them at the manufacturer." Um, so yeah. I feel like Babylungs is probably trying to just doing the best they can to get Madeline to stop fucking it up even worse, because Madeline was gaslighting shit out of Cal. But, you know. Anyway, Madeline had said, "I don't think we should blame the manufacturer. It makes us look bad too." No, it doesn't. Now that the manufacturer caused the issue, you already look bad. Okay, anyway. She said, "I think we need to say a test, word them out." So this is what I don't like. Like, why do you need to argue about what you need to say and then come up with something to say? Why can't you just say the fucking truth? You know what I mean? That transparency is what matters. Um, she says, "I think we need to say a test. We test Wordum for months, which is true, and in our experience, they only open in extreme situations like jumping on things and kicking. So we thought they would be fine, but they clearly were not fine for everyone. So we are removing them from the site and anyone who bought them will give a $300 store credit to just email us. I think that's the move, and don't be funny, be really sincere, and maybe have redacted, make the. So yeah, I don't know. I disagree with how with this being handled. They obviously don't want to lose money and they're struggling financially here. But with a fucking product this bad, I think obviously no, I don't know. Refund should just I don't know why I'm muting this video, but anyway. Um and so Madeline said have someone redacted make the video as the designer so it's humanizing. Is that the designer? If that it's not the designer, then that backs up what I was saying, where it looks like they're trying to arrange it to look like something rather than just being transparent. If that is the designer, then I guess that concept makes sense. But whatever. And then Babylungs said, not publicly, we shouldn't blame anyone but ourselves publicly, but I'm saying we need them to not send shit early because now people are getting hurt and that's not okay and that's not what we paid for. So if they were sent early, like, are they saying that the manufacturer sends the products early or um, what? So the manufacturer didn't test them? But if they tested for months, then I don't understand how they were so bad for kelp. You know what I mean? Like, did you really test them for months? Is what I want to know. Um, but why do I feel like? Why do I remember? Why do I think I remember someone previously saying they didn't test them that long? Why do I think that happened? Anyway, Baby Lungs also said, I don't think we should say that because they're definitely pokey and messed up, and I was scared of them when we shot them. When it comes to that's what Baby Long said about the concept of saying we test warden for months and that they only open in extreme situations. Baby Long said we should not say that. So yeah. The last comment says, I think these people are too scary to pin on a particular person. Right now, we're just thinking no video. Just reach out to the people from the video and make peace because of suing. We don't want them upset. We as a brand should take accountability. Shouldn't be pinned on one person. No pun intended. I don't get this whole these people are too scary though. Like, how are the people who you messed over as a business the one scaring you, you know? How is taking accountability scaring you? Or the fact that you did them wrong? Like, that's the part where I'm like, I don't know. So yeah. So and then and this other video here where the caption Baby Long said, notice how she never actually addresses anything. This is just the tip of the iceberg. I could write a book on this shit. And then it says, here's some text of me calling Madeline out privately back in July. I'm advocating not just for myself, but all of the people of color and black people who have to be in contact with her. I am advocating for all workers who get taken advantage of by their employers. I'm doing this to set an example for anyone to take a stand in their own situations. Most of all, I seek justice and to deplatform Madeline Pendleton. Madeline nicknamed me Black HR because I had to check tunnel vision for anti-blackness so much it became part of my job description to advocate for black people. Damn. And then a text that Baby Long sent Madeline said, I have provided you with information that was not only life-changing but is still keeping your business going till this day. I have special skill sets and experience that these white women don't and never will have, as well as redacted. We shouldn't be getting paid the same. It actually doesn't make sense. And then there's a link from the National Library of Medicine, the National Institution of Health, on physiological responses to racism and discrimination, and assessment of the evidence. And then they said, especially when dealing with these situations, literally makes us physically sick, shortens our lifespans, etc. So if you care about fairness and changing the world, you should consider that for me and redacted and redacted and redacted, the world is not equal. We need to have higher pay because of that and because it is a private white institution. I'm not saying that because it's common. I'm saying that if white people actually care about making things right, these are the types of and that other part. Oh, wait, no, it's right here. My bad. I was going to say it's cut off, but it's right here. These are the types of things that they need to be doing instead of protecting their little white people who will literally be fine. The code switch is draining, and almost none of your white friends there even have people of color friends. And if they do, they gotta be weird ones because none of them ladies know how to be around people of color. They literally, I cannot process. I apologize. I'm trying not to be problematic, and then I'm just like problematic. Um, a redacted person literally told Babylungs that a redacted person asked the girl if it was her real hair. You should be so embarrassed. It's too many instances for me to be on y'all's neck. Is that appropriate for me to say? I apologize. Every single time. Even Redacted told me she lets you slide sometimes because you do so much, which is worrisome on so many levels. And you have told the both of us that you felt Mexican. Like, what? And here's another issue, like, with the settler colonialism on that, too, like, so there's no, when it comes to the Mexican identity and the American identity, statistically speaking, because of the way colonialism happened in Mexico, a lot of people who are Mexican do have indigenous ancestry. And I'm not negating that at all. But when we look at the concept of the nationality of Mexican, right? That's a colonial state. That's the Spanish taking over as a colonial state and homogenizing and trying to erase indigenous tribes. You know what I'm saying? It's indigenous erasure. You know what I mean? So it's um, and if you're going off the culture or the aesthetic, then that is some anti-indigenous bullshit on your part right there. That's some whitewashing colonial bullshit. Um, so yeah. Like, I just don't understand that concept. I had a friend tell me that he wasn't Hispanic because he was Spanish. And so then I was like, okay, I'm not Anglo-Saxon because I'm English. But he didn't think that was funny. But this is what that reminds me of. I'm sorry. um, but yeah. And I wouldn't call that person a friend anymore. So keyword had been a friend. I don't. There are a lot of people, who there are times in my life that I was friends with them, and then we end up arguing over human rights shit typically, and now I'm not friends with them. And I know a certain level, like, you can't just be cutting people off because you've got disagreements to a certain extent, because then you're not doing a certain amount of work to decolonize and more to process. But then on another level, it's like, at what point do you continue to allow someone who is trying to uphold and normalize, perpetuate certain issues in your space? Like, I don't know that barrier, but whatever, why I'm there. But anyway, so the next screenshot we have here, where Madeline responded, okay, so this is the context of that. Madeline had then said, oh, whoa, I'm sorry, I did not remember saying that at all. And Babylungs had typed over this lies because she apologized the next day and it happened to others. I believe Babylungs. And because I saw the way that Madeline gaslit Kelp. So just to be honest, like, yeah, I believe Babylungs. Um, and anyway, and also because I believe on principle, like, believe when people have a lived experience on a social issue, they are the ones who should be listened to, particularly over people who don't have that lived experience. Um, and then Madeline said, and I'm so sorry if I ever did say that because that is completely unacceptable. It's true my hometown is mostly Mexican, but I definitely did not feel that makes me Mexican, and I apologize for ever saying anything otherwise. Wow, that's like deeply not okay, and I am so sorry. And then Babylungs had responded, it seems like you do that when you're drunk because with redacted it was another instance. And also it's like the thing with the arm warmers when you're asking me to lie about inspiration to not look bad online. And then Madeline said, I wish I could remember the situation so I could take better accountability for that. Wow. And then Baby Lung said, so I don't know what to believe. Honestly, actions speak louder than words. And Madeline said, yeah, I mean, I think the arm warmer situation frustrated me because I want everyone to take accountability for their stuff at work because we get paid the same amount. And then Baby Lungs also said, I never even heard of the Russian beat before she mentioned it. She is a whole liar. I believe Baby Lungs. Baby Lungs said that made me feel extremely uncomfortable, even if I didn't like the person calling me out. Why lie? And then Madeline said, when you said you were inspired by Russian beats, and I wanted to back you up on that. And Baby Long said, getting paid the same is simply not fair. If the goal is fairness, and once again, I'm not looking for excuses or intent, the bottom line is that was wrong. And Madeline said, like, I can't go to bat for your design, you know, but if you said that was your inspiration, I wanted to back you up on that. I think that's a fair critique of the system and explains why it does work for you and why it does not work for you, and I respect that. And then Baby Lung said, you have gotten lost in the sauce, or this is how you have been. I don't know, but even buying the place in Bushwick is crazy. The actions versus word aren't lining up. And I do want to be compensated for having to deal and think about all of this because it was super inappropriate and stressful, and also the workplace environment was high pressure and stress. When I asked for support, I didn't get it. Yeah, Baby Long should not be having to do all this additional labor. And then for Madeline to keep going with the oh, we all get paid, but not everybody's working the same. And then Madeline said, I think maybe the apartment thing is a bit confusing, but the apartment isn't mine. I put the down payment and it's rent to own for Tori. His family are Brooklyn Jews going back to escaping the Holocaust. Brooklyn is historically a quarter Jewish. Oh my God. There's no need to tokenize that trauma. That's like if someone said, I'm helping Lexie, whose family who survived the genocide of 1666. I would be like, bitch, fuck you. I'm not your fucking token. I don't like that. And then Baby Lung said, but when Story and Sarah was doing my job, now it's a two-person thing. And that's the last. So yeah. That backs up what she was saying though, where she was saying like she asked for an assistant, and instead of giving her assistant, she just hired two other fucking people to do it. Like what? That makes no sense to me. So yeah. So then Nyrt, I don't know how to say that, Myrtt, posted the video. It's 34 minutes long, to be honest. She posted the video. Um, and this is literally, I'm just gonna fucking, play the whole fucking thing. Fuck it. But yeah, this is the fucking video that was taken down for the live stream. It's mostly on 2 times speed. They deleted it while they were on live, apparently, according to this. So yeah. Um and I'm not even going to address these comments. There's a mix of comments in here. Some of the comments agree with Babylungs, and some of the comments are disregarding Babylungs' experience. I honestly feel like anyone, I think white people trying to convince black people that white people are not racist against them are just fucking being racist, in my opinion. You know what I mean? And I'm not going to speak on, I'll let, obviously, I'm not going to speak on inter-community issues within the community, so I'll let them address that. Like, I know how I would feel within deaf and indigenous spaces on tokenizing, how I would be calling out bitches, but yeah, so that's what I'll say for those comments. But I'm just gonna let this whole fucking thing play. We're gonna watch this. It's about 33 minutes. Parts of it are sped up 2 times. Okay, here.
Hi everybody, we are here today because we wanted to make a video addressing something you might have seen from a former worker who is affiliated with our company who posted online that they had some experiences they didn't quite like. We were trying to figure out the best way to address this. At first we were like, oh, maybe we should just not respond. Everybody's entitled to their opinion at the end of the day. Then we were like, well, maybe we can respond in a way that doesn't make it like some internet drama thing, and we can just showcase other people and their experiences in the workplace. We made a video with Lee and her experiences in the workplace. People don't really like that either. I know the internet has like an insatiable need for drama, and we don't want to feed into that. But we do think if you are our customers, right, and you saw something online from a former worker, some of the allegations that they levied were like that they felt they experienced racism in the workplace, they were black. We felt that you as a customer are entitled to have a little bit of information about that. Now, Lee very intelligently was like, this is not a video for Madeline to make. Madeline is white. Like, first of all, who's gonna trust it? You can't just go as a white person on the internet and be like, everything was cool, guys, I swear. So Lee actually did some work today, wrote down her experiences in the workplace. We've got notes Lee will probably be referring to, and Lee came up with the whole structure for this video. She was like, I think we just need to go point by point. What was said, we are going to not use this worker's name intentionally, and the reason is that we don't want to further add to like the internet drama machine. Casino posts do a solid to everybody involved, and don't leave the person's name, because people are very fandom oriented online, and some people who really love us might go to their page and start harassing them, and we're not trying to drive any harassment to this person whatsoever. We just feel that in order to defend our business, which is our livelihoods, 12 people's livelihoods, and to give you as a customer the info you should have, that you should feel entitled to from a place you shop, we needed to address that. So we're trying to do it in a way that protects everybody's privacy and make sure it's not just like internet drama of the week, because that is not productive, and that takes an issue that actually is very serious, which involves how we pay our bills, not just me, but 11 other people at the company. Like issues of discrimination in the workplace that are very, very serious to all of us, and it makes it something trivial. And it's not trivial. So help us do your part by not turning this into sensational internet drama. But, Lee's going to talk about not only her experience in the workplace, but also her observations of the situation as a black person who has been employed many places and also has been employed at Tunnel Vision.
Yeah, I think the best approach for this is to keep it strictly professional, and unfortunately a lot of personal and professional meld in a lot of areas. Just going to be addressing the things that have to do directly with Tunnel Vision and the workplace.
And we're going to use the letter A to refer to the worker, A for anonymous. They're not making it anonymous, obviously, but, just to make sure that this doesn't add fuel to the fire for them.
Yeah.
And also, just putting it out there, you feel comfortable disagreeing with me publicly and putting me in my place if I need to be. I just want to make sure everybody knows that.
I don't expect you guys to know me or know my beliefs as a person, but I am black, and I feel very strongly about white people and racism. And if anything, I don't tolerate racism at all in my life. And so, if anyone ever in life was to check Madeline, it'd be me. Yeah, I just want to, honestly, talk about this as professionally as possible and hopefully get over with it, because this does involve me, Madeline, and everyone else that works at Tunnel Vision. So I feel inclined to speak about it now. I also personally take black people very seriously when I say things as a black person, and I think discrimination in the workplace is a very serious thing.
The other thing the best thing to do is go point by point through the video the person made, and so that is what we're gonna do. And Leah's gonna be looking at her phone again, just because that is where we have info.
So the first thing that I'm noticing about the work environment is it's a high stress.
I understand that I shouldn't be inserting myself, so I don't know if this is or not. But what I will say is, when it comes to deaf issues, if a deaf person says, I don't think something is discrimination and I'm deaf, but another deaf person has said this is discrimination, I don't really feel like just because one deaf person is saying it's not discrimination to me, that it negates if it's discrimination for another deaf person, because people can have different lived experiences, and therefore we may not think that certain things are discrimination, or sometimes we don't process what's happening to us when it's happening to us, and we don't realize it's assault, for example. So I had someone try to convince me that being fingered without consent was not rape, and because it happened to me, and they were trying to convince me that I was not raped. And at the time, I really took them as a rapist apologist, Now, I know that, technically that might still be true, but it wasn't just that. It was things were happening to her and she didn't want to admit that it was happening to her. And part of it was she didn't want to admit it was happening, and part of it was she hadn't processed some of it that was happening yet either. Um, and so I also think sometimes when we see people where they're experiencing the same thing, they come from the same background, but one person says it's discrimination or oppression or abuse and the other person doesn't, it can often sometimes be because that other person is not ready to um, process it yet. You know, uh, because who wants to admit that you built your life on a situation that harmful? You know, but I want to take that into account too. Like, so when someone is being impacted by that situation, it can be a difficult thing to hold space for someone who isn't holding space for you or others, you know? Um, but it can also then still be true that perhaps that person is definitely not in a safe space, though, perhaps, potentially, you know? So, yeah, we'll just keep going. I apologize if that is a problematic thing to say. It's just like where my mind goes watching it, you know? Because it can be hard to watch.
Uncomfortable, catty, and racist. That's how they describe the work environment.
I was personally a little bit surprised to see our work environment referred to as high stress. It is a 28-hour per week, 4-day full-time work week, and there is unlimited paid time off. And it's important to note.
Yeah, that doesn't mean shit though about how many hours you're working doesn't negate whether or not it's high stress. I've had server jobs. We didn't work that many hours technically. It doesn't negate whether or not that server job was high stress. And not every serving job I've had is high stress. Some of them are more high stress than others. I've worked in fine dining, and if you've worked in fine dining, you know how high stress certain fine dining environments can be for servers. And your shifts, some shifts, depending on where you go, some places I've worked at, we had very long shifts. And some places you work at, you can get 4 to 6 hours serving shifts, you know, and be done. Be out that bitch. Fuck them bitches. But yeah, so, but it's still high stress though. It's stressful as shit. That doesn't mean fucking shit. You know what I mean? And then when it goes to the unlimited paid time off thing, oh, hi Augusto. Have stopping by. Have fun. I appreciate you. Oh, Merry Christmas, and I hope you have a good night. What do you mean don't share it in public? Don't share anything on my live streams or in my comments that you don't want shared publicly, because if you comment on my live stream, it's public. That anyone can see the comments. Right away. Um, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. Um, And I hope you have a Merry Christmas as well. My birthday's coming up too, you guys. Damn. Fucking. But yeah, thanks for being here, Augusto. I fucking have not been mentally present lately. Oh yeah, sorry. Where were we though? Fuck it. I'm gonna just fucking keep playing. Sorry, guys. I feel like I am not connected. Oh, Augusto said, darn it. Oh. Well, yeah, I'm just letting you know. I'm sorry. Like, I mean, it's public. Yeah. Um. I'm terrible at checking my messages too, but like, 'cause right now I'm working 50 hours a week. And then my mind is just like not, I get off work and I'm just tired. Oh yeah, birthday. Yeah, my birthday is December 29th. Um, you take care too. I know you're also working a lot. Fucking, it's good to see you. I'm glad that you stopped by. I need to check in. I've been avoiding just social media for the last week, if for the most part. But yeah, with the shit that went down, like the beginning of this live stream was about, and that my last live stream was about, like that happened within um the circle that I had been interacting with a lot online, and so yeah, I've kind of just stayed offline for like the last week just to not start any shit. But yeah, alright, I'm gonna keep watching this. But
the person who made this claim, right, about it being high stress, took 8 weeks off paid in their final year.
oh, my bad, I forgot to unmute. I was saying let me go back and pause this, but don't offer unlimited pay time off and then judge someone for taking 8 weeks off. Like, what the fuck? Like, I work at jobs where, you know, you get certain amount of time off. Where'd it go? God damn it. Okay, now I lost it.
That's how they describe the work environment.
I was personally a little bit surprised. Off paid.
Okay, here it is, sorry. So, oh, wow. So, between March and April, you know, that was a couple of weeks. And then between June and August, she got off, about a month and a half. So, and then it was saying first year of employment between 30 to 40 photo shoots created, 2023, only about 15. But to me, it's just like, did she have the resources she needed? You know what I mean? Like, there's just a lot more that goes into that. You know what it takes to do a photo shoot? Like, ugh. Anyway, um, don't offer unlimited PTO if you don't want to give it. I've worked at places, you know, where they offer literally 90 days paid time off when you get to a certain level of your employment. Like, I don't understand why people offer things and then make someone feel like shit for taking them up on the offer. Don't offer something you're not willing to give. So, was there or was there not unlimited paid time off? This kind of corroborates where they would make you feel bad about the paid time off you took. In my opinion, like, don't offer unlimited PTO if you're not willing to subsidize that.
In their final year of working at the company, which was 2023. So this is somebody who definitely got 8 weeks of paid time, totally fine, and was expected to work 28 hours a week. So I would not inherently describe that as being high stress. You worked in the workplace though.
Yeah,
I feel like you can demean or devalue any job that way, you know, like marketing is extremely high stress, but you could be like, well, you just type on a keyboard, so it's not high stress if you want to be a bitch about it. And being an attorney is extremely high stress, but you could be like, well, you just argue all day if you want to be a dick about it. You know, you can degrade anybody if you want to. Like, I don't understand this devaluing thing as if that's a justification.
I mean, specifically, they described their job very clearly for us, which is great. Creative directing, casting, shooting, social media content, location scouting, posting, etc. And they've also claimed that they asked for an assistant and never got it. Now here's the thing. To no one's shock, I actually do all of these things. We had almost the same exact job requirements. I personally would take 2 days to finish this job. I would do per week. I would do the casting, the location scouting, all of the above, day one. And then 2 would be the actual photo shoot. Those are two of my days. I actually personally remember this person explaining that they felt like it was too much on their plate and that they needed an assistant. And they actually lived.
So 2 days to get all of that done it's like high props on you for doing that, but I don't believe that is consistent or going to give you high value consistently unless you have the funds to really be able to pay people who can be on standby on that type of thing to make it happen. So some of this seems inconsistent. Or perhaps it was a minimal photo shoot or not a whole lot of effort needed to be into it. So maybe that was the discrepancy where, they're just trying to say we just need some basic shit done, and Babylungs may not have wanted to execute on a basic shit vision and could have been like, well, why don't we do something better? So that could have been where that push and pull was coming from, because for me it's just like, I have a lot of experience in filming and production and all of this and marketing. Like, this takes time to do high quality. You can pull some shit together in a day or two, make it happen, look good for the camera, fuck it, something's gonna get shot for sure. But to do something high quality, that ain't getting done in 2 days unless you have the money to move resources. And it doesn't seem like they do.
Really close to me, and I was like, oh, since we have a similar job, I can help you because I'm already doing this. The very first and last day, I helped assist with them. Not my kind of person, which is okay. And if I decided to just not work with them anymore, I like to work individually because I feel like I can get the job done a lot faster. I just felt like when I was working with them, it felt very slow paced, like we weren't getting the job done.
And the shoot timeline, how long does the photo shoot usually last?
I usually book models for 2 hours.
So we usually allocate 3 hours at the most to shoot, and Lee has shot with film before, but usually people just shoot on an iPhone. Models come with their hair and makeup done. They usually wear one outfit. These aren't high production photo shoots. This is Instagram content for a small business. This isn't like you're managing a lot of people. And
specifically shot iPhone.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
If it was just that simple as these bitches show up and you snap a pic on your phone and bada bing, bada boom, I don't think that Babylungs would be stressed about it. I honestly we could totally feel like they're minimizing the situation or not alluding to everything that happened by trying to reduce it down to the simplest idea of it. You know what I mean?
The only one in the office using film, as far as I'm aware.
The expectation for that job is to produce roughly 1 photo shoot per week, right?
Yeah.
So the first year that this person was in this role, they produced between 30 and 40 photo shoots for the year. And that was great. That was good. Even though there were 52 weeks in a year, we know you're going to take time off. We know life happens, So producing between 30 and 40 photo shoots for the first year that they worked was really great. By the last year that they worked, they produced around 15 photo shoots. They said in their statement,
but they also took off work, so they weren't here. So that shouldn't fucking matter, you know what I mean? Like, but also it's like, if that was that, how many photo shoots were they supposed to do? I feel like if you didn't tell them to hit a certain amount and they were just doing them, then that's different versus, like if they are contractually obligated to execute on a certain amount. So, for example, certain sales jobs we'd have pars. We need to get 1 meeting booked a week, for example, or we need to do 10 calls a day. Like, I don't know, I'm just making shit up. Like, there are goals and pars you can set for your company. So I don't really understand this whole acting like she's not executing enough. Well, how are you as a business owner, going to only allow your employee to do 15 shoots for you? But then not, like, then what are you paying her to do? Oh, there I go, misgendering again. They, them. It's they, them. Okay. I don't know. Why not fire Babylungs if that's what had happened? Because I wouldn't let someone keep working for me if they weren't, you know what I mean? Honest and upfront about the work. But then trying to act like, oh, I'm not racist, but Babylungs just didn't work hard enough, that kind of bothers me. And if Babylungs and Lee have personal issues, you know, that's up to them to have. No, people don't have to get along just because they're people. Um, but I do feel, you know, it's hard to watch this video.
That at a certain point, 2 other employees were tasked with basically doing their job for them. And I thought that was really interesting because what actually happened is we all in the office noticed the decline in the productivity. And because we have a very chill workplace, rather than go to that person and say, hey, you didn't get your photo shoot numbers up, 2 of their coworkers who work in shipping usually were like, hey, we're doing really fast at shipping. We noticed there's not enough content to go around for Instagram. We think we could produce a photo shoot in 1 day, each of us, which would amount to the 2 days that we usually allocate. One person's like, I'll take a day to plan it all out, and the other person's like, I'll take a day to take the pictures, do the slides. So what's really interesting is they pointed that out like it's a bad thing. Like, oh, 2 people got assigned to my job. But in reality, that was 2 of their coworkers stepping up to help them. Nobody came to this worker, the anonymous worker that we're talking about here, and told them they needed to do more. Nobody pointed out those numbers to them. In fact, the team stepped up to help cover their workload and without making a single complaint.
I did the exact same job and I felt fine by it. Now, realistically,
So if someone's not performing and you say instead of being transparent with this person or discussing or having a performance evaluation with them, we just try to cover it up and act like nothing happened and then still blame them for being responsible is fucked up. Because that's not actually supporting them. Otherwise, you wouldn't be fucking bringing it up now because you would have done it to support them, not to hold it over their head. If you actually pick up the slack for someone when it comes to work, because we are all human beings, you know, and it's a supportive work environment, then it shouldn't be thrown in the face or whatever whenever you literally admit that you didn't discuss with her any transparency in the production issues. How is someone supposed to know something is an issue if you're not telling them to fix it? And they're telling you that they need help with these things, so maybe they're doing the other tasks. They listed a lot of tasks that they were assigned to do, not just photos. So then acting like they weren't doing nothing because they didn't do enough photos kind of does bother me. But again, I don't know. You know, perhaps Lee could have reasons to feel that Lee had to pick up extra work, but again, I feel it all boils down to a cultural work issue that Madeline is upholding. You know what I mean? And I feel like perhaps, you know, because Madeline is signing the paychecks, the other employees are going to be just backing Madeline. Or try not to rock the boat or do whatever they got to do to not fuck up their paycheck because, you know, it's hard. You lose a job, it can take you months to get another one, and especially in the same industry. And if you take another job, you know, to make it, it can be very difficult to still look for another job and maintain that, you know? So yeah, it's a lot to consider.
work less days than them, which is adding to the confusion for me because I would do all of this within a 2-day frame and they had a full work week to do this. So I just don't get that part. The whole thing about the taking ideas thing.
Oh yeah, that's another thing they pointed out.
I don't understand that.
They said they felt like ideas were taken from them and like I would take ideas from them and then pass them off as my own. But I know this argument makes sense when you have like a hierarchical system and you're trying to get raises or get promotions, but we have a collaborative workplace. So from my perspective,
it it doesn't matter what any business owner says about, oh, we're all family, we all value each other. No, when there's a business owner relationship under capitalism, that's a structural organization, that's a hierarchy. When you own a business, you have the final say and you control whether or not people get paid. That's a hierarchy. When you weaponize money over people, which you do as a boss, and if any boss doesn't understand that what we do in order to get people to do work for us is weaponize money for that, then you're not a good boss by not honoring that role. Because it matters. People base their whole livelihood, their whole lives, their way of living on their jobs. To act like that's not a hierarchy, in my opinion, is extremely ignorant. It's like carrying a knife around and saying this isn't sharp. It's like carrying a gun around and saying this isn't dangerous. You have to be able to be aware of the privilege you have and the power imbalance there is. Because owning a business is a privilege.
What happened is they presented ideas and we were all like, that's interesting, let's think about that. And then a few months later we were like, that is a good idea, let's implement that now. The ideas were presented in group meetings. I never said this was my brilliant idea. I think a lot of people...
I think if you're not giving credit to someone for their work and you're kind of tabling their ideas when they do present them, if you execute it later and you don't make it clear, it does come off that way. So I don't know. It's like sometimes it's like I was in a situation where it's just like so one time I started singing a song and then someone was just like, yeah, I'm gonna have that song in my, I was in a live stream panel with multiple people and I started singing a song. Person A was like, yeah, I'm gonna have this song in my head all day. And person B was like, you're welcome. I'm the reason you have that song in your head now. And I was literally like, I'm the one who sang that though, not you. Like that was me singing. Like, why are you trying to act like you were just singing when it was me singing? You know, like that's my voice. Like, don't act like my voice is your voice. That was my voice. You know? Like, it was like this weird moment for me. I know it shouldn't fucking matter, like, or if it's just a joke type thing. Um, but like, it made me feel a type of way for a split second, you know? And it's like this happened in front of everybody, so everybody knows that like saw me singing that I was the one that was singing. But it was the way this other person was acting like they were the one singing when it wasn't them, it was me, that bothered me. Um, so yeah, I feel like I just don't like this whole thing where we're gonna act like someone doesn't have a right to feel bothered about not given proper credit for their contribution, you know?
present ideas and we're all like, huh, okay, let's think on that. And then later some of the ideas get implemented. I think that,
Yes.
I don't know if that was just because they don't have a lot of experience in a traditional workplace.
Perhaps, because I myself,
I feel like Madeline has no experience in business, which is why she thinks it's okay to treat people this way.
in many of the meetings, I'm always like, oh, maybe we should do this. I think this would solve this issue. Most of the time, it doesn't happen. Sometimes it does. You know what? Great idea. Let's do it. I've noticed other people in the workplace will do the same and will equally be like, okay, well, maybe this will cause more problems or we'll do it or not do it. So it's not a personalized thing, which I feel like they're making it seem like everyone is against them and every idea they have is not good and then a week later it is good. Like, no, realistically, this is a workplace and we have to think things over before we start implementing new rules into the workplace.
So they have to think things over in terms of giving credit to someone whenever they suggest to do something, but they don't think they need to think things over when it comes to rushing out a product that they know is dangerous, aka those pants, and then trying to act like they put more work into testing it than they actually did. That's kind of fucked up, you know?
I can't tell you how many times I advocated to make a shrunken hoodie.
Yes.
And Leanna was the only one on board with it, and we got outvoted. Like, that's just how our work
that's
goes.
life. That's life.
But I bet in 2 weeks I'll be able to make a shrunken hoodie.
Yes. You just have to keep pushing for it.
Yeah.
And honestly, at most of the ideas I have, I put the same idea every monthly meeting, and I'm waiting for them to just pick it. But realistically, not everyone is going to agree with you, and that's actually life in and outside of the workplace. And I feel like some people just haven't had enough life experience to understand that not everything's personal.
I just can't think of a time. I mean, this is me. You tell me. You're in all the meetings.
Whenever people fuck you over at a personal level and then try and say it's just business and so don't take it personally, that makes me feel like you don't do business in an ethical way, in my opinion. But that's...
I can't think of a time where I've ever been like, I had this brilliant idea all on my own, in my own head.
Ironically, 90% of the ideas Madeline has, she hates.
Yeah.
It's like, I just fucking did this and we need to get it out. And I'm like, shit, I think it looks valid. I don't know.
And other people present ideas in the workplace too, and it might take time to get implemented. Someone who comes to mind is Aya in our warehouse, is always presenting ideas. And I might be like, okay, like not for design, but for structural. Aya does a little design, but just for like structural things.
Yeah.
Like, this is a good promotional idea, this is this. And I keep in a little note in my phone, and I'm like, okay, interesting. And then sometimes it takes months. I'm like, hey, I think now's a good time for us to implement this. Like, what are you guys saying?
And I also think it's important to note, because I feel like there's a underlayer of this, that this may have to do with their personal style. And as someone who also dresses very interestingly, a lot of my ideas are not going to be agreeable. A lot of the stuff I want to do, most of the people in the office don't wear themselves or don't like fashionably. So realistically, that heightens the ability for me to get denied, my ideas to get denied. And I think that's just the reality of dressing, the way that me and this person dress. We both dress differently, but we're both alternative, and we both dress in a niche.
Right.
That's not understandable universally.
You have to, the one thing about our job is that we have to take our ideas and what we love, and we have to ask if it's sellable at the end of the day.
Yes.
And it's not always sellable. And
No.
that happens to everybody in the office, right? My shrunken hoodie, which I do think is sellable.
And I'm
but that's okay, nobody
sometimes
agrees.
learning myself. I'm like, I would wear this, but I know that most people wouldn't.
Getting an idea rejected, and then later people going, hey, that actually is a good idea, let's do that. Timing is everything, in fashion especially. So,
Yes. When we have a meeting, we have a goal that we need to reach financially. Oh, this is how far we are from this goal. We need to make this X amount of money by the end of this month. That to me is a normal encounter at a job. I feel like most of everywhere that I've ever worked, there's a goal set, and then we reach that goal.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just something about someone who can't even profitably, successfully run their own business trying to tell an employee who's calling them out for racism, you know, oh, you're just not experienced enough. Bitch, you literally are failing as a business owner. You're not profitable. Are you fucking kidding me? This has to be a joke. This is, like, it's hard for me to watch this shit. It really is. Because everyone looks at this as the epitome of business. It's like, Madeline is kind of like the new Mark Zuckerberg or Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk. She's on level with them, you know what I mean, in terms of how she upholds oppression against marginalized communities. That's like the level to which she's getting. You know what I mean? Except for she doesn't have the business education, she doesn't have the ambition, and she doesn't have the ability to actually make money in business and be profitable. She can only exploit others. That's the most she's ever going to be able to do for herself. You know what I'm saying? And I understand that Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk and all of them are only profitable as well to the point that they exploit others. However, the difference is they were able to scale that. Meanwhile, Madeline Pendleton, because her primary engagement is from, I believe at this point she's potentially rage baiting. I don't believe that like, I used to think that, like, you know, like, she's someone who's misguided, who thought these things, but, you know, like, I'm literally at a point where now I believe she's just rage baiting. I believe she uses human rights issues in order to give her algorithm, and she gets people riled up in order to utilize the 2-week outrage cycle to keep her engagement boosted. I don't think she cares about actually having the discussion on human rights issues from a decolonized perspective. I don't think she cares about listening to people actually impacted by these issues. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, from my opinion, everything she does is about upholding colonial settler mentality.
I think sometimes because it's such a chill environment that maybe it's easy to forget that we are in fact at work and we are getting paid to do a job and we must do that job so the brand does not cease to exist because we didn't reach that goal. It may seem stressful because yes, there's a lot on the line, the brand, our rent, but realistically we are all capable of these jobs, hence why we got hired. So it's not actually stressful if you know how to do your job.
Coming to a goal is something I've experienced in every workplace, and at our workplace in particular, because we all earn the same pay for a day worked. We all are supposed to share in the responsibility of making sure that that goal gets met and we all get paid. There was also a claim made about somebody who is also Black and on our team and had previously worked in the office every single day and then moved to remote work. And what was actually said in A's video about this?
The last Black person to work in the office stopped because the environment was uncomfortable, and instead of making it more comfortable, Madeline let them work from home, which is awesome for the employee. But why can't Madeline make necessary accommodations to make the office a safer space for us when she is so loud on the internet?
Okay, so this, we're also not going to say this employee's name because it's personal. But basically what you need to know is that this person's previous work environment was so bad that they literally sued them for racial discrimination and won, and they also had a series of medical problems that resulted from the stress of being in that workplace. This worker came to me privately and said that they felt that the stress of being in a work environment like that, an office again, after coming off of such a bad ordeal, they were like, I actually have like PT.
So I can't speak for that other person's experience, but so as I told you guys earlier about my sexual assault, I had tried one of my first jobs I tried to get after that happened. One of my rapist apologists came in, and I had a fucking panic attack at work. And then I had to quit, and they were trying to convince me to stay. But the reason I had to quit was because they would not kick out my rapist apologist. And I told them I can't be somewhere with my rapist apologist allowed. Like, I was raped. You know what I'm saying? And so then they are all just like, oh yeah, she was just raped in the past, so she's just not ready to work yet. Meanwhile, they're not acknowledging how they are supporting rape culture by allowing my rapist apologist in their establishment, you know? And so this just triggers that for me. I'm like, Madeline should not be speaking for that person at all. At all. If Lee had taken that one, I feel like, you know, at least that would have left it into leaving it in the community issue and let people in the community only have that discussion. Um, Perhaps, I don't think that other people would have room to criticize here Madeline's response, because a white woman trying to speak for what is or isn't racism is always going to be problematic, And it's even problematic when you're white with mixed ancestry. But when you don't have that ancestry at all, it's just white supremacy.
PTSD from this experience, and I just don't think I can comfortably work in any office. Our team currently is 50% white and 50% not white, and maybe some days, because of how lax our scheduling is, you might go into the office.
I really hate that she's using that too, like, that just because I know or work with people who are not white doesn't mean I don't have anti-discrimination to work on when it comes to, relevant communities, for example, with black community anti-blackness, you know. And it's like, I'm a woman and I have misogyny to work on, internalized misogyny to work on. Like, we all have, for because of colonialism, our forms of anti-discrimination to work on, and some of it's internalized, some of it's not, you know. So to do this part right here, these are the reasons where it comes off as tokenism. And I do believe it's very problematic for a white person to call a black person or a person of the global majority, you know, like, uh, because if I were to call anybody a token in that regard, that could be, when it comes to racism, I believe that could be potentially problematic and racist itself when it comes to perpetuating stereotypes, perhaps. I'm not sure if that's correct or not of me to say or think, because I have been discussing earlier in this video tokenism as it relates to deaf community. Um, deaf community. But so because of the way white people tokenize people of the global majority and people of other environments, and in this case, black people, I don't feel it's appropriate for white people to speak on, you know, that there. Um, but I will say, you know, whenever you use a community you're not a part of to excuse your mistreatment of those people, by definition, I do believe that could potentially be tokenism. And when Madeline says the things she's saying now, this is why I believe everybody says that Madeline tokenizes others. It's being shown in this video.
And it's just a bunch of white people there that day. And if you don't want to deal with that, we're pretty accommodating to that. We will let you work from home. And especially when this person, at first we were like, well, you have to be in the office to do the job because these things involve physically being there. But when they came to me and said, you know, this is actually more of an issue than I was thinking because I have all this past trauma from my last job, I'm so sorry, we restructured their job to allow them to work from home. So that necessarily didn't have to do with our office. That had to do with their previous work environment, and that is personal information that it's unfortunate we have to disclose on the internet about one of our coworkers. That was the situation there. So it's a little, I think, inappropriate for to bring that up without knowing the full story and kind of use that to advance a narrative that that worker I know would not share in.
Also, as someone who works remotely and didn't want to be in the office, it wasn't because I had any specific encounters with the white employees there that were racist. I just don't like white people, so I didn't want to be there any extra time than I needed to be. So I specifically, for myself, scheduled my days to be on the days that no one was in the office, which was usually Saturday or Sunday. So you could make your own schedule, genuinely.
They work from home mostly already, and again, we extend those kinds of accommodations to absolutely anybody. But, you know, it is important if there were things happening in the workplace that make people uncomfortable that they were addressed. So, for example, the worker who opted to work from home because they had passed on from the workplace, they had said, you know, the only things that really happened in the office that made them a little uncomfortable was white people playing rap music and the use of AAVE. And I actually was like, oh, you take this really seriously, we can fix this. Like, do you want to tell me who did it so we can have a meeting? And this worker was like, no, I don't really want to get into all of that. It's not a big deal. You should just know. So when the anonymous person that we're talking about now, came to work in the office, I was like, just so you know, our previous employee said this, but they also said they had a lot of trauma in the workplace from a previous job. So just be aware that I'm not sure what's going on here. They didn't tell me who, but just something to note. And those things are something that ultimately experienced in the workplace and brought up, and we did take very seriously.
So the rap music is a given. It was rap music. The AAVE, there was specific terms used that the person told you.
Yeah, so the first worker told me that the terms that were used in the office that made them uncomfortable were it's giving and also slay. So
okay, I'm gonna try and go back and pause for that. Hold on.
slay.
So, part of the comment Candy posted blocks out part of this, but it says, can you maybe help me with Leanna with something really fast? We're making and then the comment blocks it off, and it says, and they said something in the office, something about rap and the AAVE, but they didn't give examples of the AAVE. Can you tell me the phrases that were used? You don't have to say you said them, Leanna just wants to know the specifics for her talking. I won't say your name or anything. Lee just thinks the exact phrases used are important. I remembered it's giving being used. And then someone else said, yes, it was like slay and it's giving, and that's all I can remember. And someone else said, okay, thanks. And he said, welcome. So yeah, both of those two things are AAVE, and it really kills me when I see white women using slay as a noun. It's a fucking verb, but I think. But yeah, it's hard for me to watch that. You know what I mean?
So those were the two instances. Those are the two instances of AAVE that were used in the workplace, and also the rap music situation.
Yeah.
So because the first person didn't want to have a formal meeting about it, or
I actually didn't know that It's Giving was AAVE. So this is an educational moment for me. That is great to know. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I think when we learn, that's an opportunity to say thank you. Now I know, and then work on not doing that. I think there's a room for where, because of how cultural appropriation and whitewashing of slang and AAVE has been done over time, to where you don't know something's AAVE because you just hear everybody else saying it, and so you're just saying some shit. Because if we think about every fucking word we use before we use it, we'll never learn how to use a word, right? So I get like not knowing, but then it's when someone lets you know, not doubling down. Like that's where I'm at.
really doing anything about it. They were just like venting. When A came to the workplace, they were like, I did notice these things. Let's talk about it. And we immediately had a work meeting to address those issues. Mm-hmm. We actually have documents from work meetings that show exactly what is AAVE and what isn't, and what you should say and what you shouldn't. We implemented a rule immediately. There's one rule that's less enforceable that's just like, if you're a white person, maybe your coworkers of color don't want to hear you listening to rap in the workplace. And we implemented a more like legally upholdable rule, which is that any music that has the N-word in it should not be played in the office. And that does include some rap music. It also includes some rock bands. There's a Dead Kennedy song with the N-word in it. I believe there's a Christian Death song with the N-word in it. These are not songs that are appropriate to play in the workplace. And that was a rule that was immediately implemented, like within a matter of days after that being brought to our attention. When it was violated, sometimes people would be like, well, it's just me and a couple people in the office. I can play rap music. We took that very seriously, and we had sit-down meetings with them, and we're like, absolutely not. Remember, this is a rule. So these concerns we did bring up and immediately have a meeting about and address. And you have been in some of these meetings.
That would not work in New Orleans. Like, my office, and, like, but you know what? Yeah, anyway. In New Orleans, like, in the office, like, yeah, there's a lot of rap music, but at the same time, it's, like, my office isn't just white people, so it's just, like, that's different. But I feel like that itself is interesting. I shouldn't be telling, other people how to feel in their community, about, I feel like if whoever's impacted by the community and as a community by these issues, the actions they want taken are what need to be upheld, right? So if that is what the people impacted by the issue there wanted, then I'm glad if that happened for them, that happened for them. I feel like the rules, like no to whole genres of music, or like it's just kind of wild to me though. Like no rap music, then it's just kind of wild to me. So I don't know, but I don't know if that's like an appropriate or correct response. I'm just saying I can't imagine like a world in which we're saying this is not allowed, because it's just like, for me, when my family history, when it comes to that, like, that's tied to genocide. When we say this is not, we're not going to allow whole genres, that leads to our genocide. That's what I associate it with, you know? So I guess for me, it's because for our family, like my family history, when we're told we can't do our music, we can't have our ceremonies, that's part of our genocide. So I guess that's why I take it that way. But I guess perhaps, you know, like, I think there is also a difference too between, like, you know, people of the community partaking in their culture versus people who are not of the culture appropriating it, perhaps, you know. So, of course, I would never want to speak over another community on those appropriate boundaries. I'm just processing. You know what I'm saying? Okay, let's keep.
Want to make light of that, because I do think if anybody is uncomfortable in the workplace with anything, that's something we should fix. So, and that's what we did. And the AAVE, I think that is an ongoing issue because these white people will often adopt AAVE without realizing it. And that's something that we're constantly also trying to be like, don't do that. Hey, this one's AAVE. Hey, don't say that. So that's an ongoing thing we do try to stay on top of. I don't want anybody to think that those things didn't happen. Those things are real. That did happen. White people were playing rap music in the office and white people were saying it's giving and slay. That is correct. And we did address them. So that I think is a totally valid thing to point out. And this is the extent of the racism in the workplace that was ever brought up to me. And A, did feel comfortable bringing it up and was very, very adamant that these things should be brought up and talked about often.
I feel like, you know, there were screenshots where she had sent the link about racism and things like that, which can show, you know, otherwise, in my opinion. Like, in my opinion. And then as well as the other thing where she admits about the I was feeling Mexican commentary. So I already feel like that's not, the evidence has shown that this could potentially not be a consistent statement, in my opinion. Um, and so knowing that and to see Lee not say anything is a bit hard to watch as well, in my opinion.
So I'm confident that if there were other things that they experienced, they would have said something. After they quit the company, maybe 6 months after, they sent me a series of text messages saying that they had actually encountered far more racism in the workplace. This was in the context of trying to extort a large sum of money from the company. And I told them the company doesn't have money like that. We operate on a break-even model. We don't keep profit laying around. But I did tell them, if you did experience more racism than you brought up in the workplace, we definitely want to know that.
So the text messages that I saw were where Babylungs was addressing racism in the workplace, as well as addressing where Babylungs felt like they should be compensated more for specific labor they had to address as it came to the labor of addressing anti-discrimination and racism. So if that is what Madeline is referring to, then I feel like Madeline is really fucked up for that. And is absolutely trying to spin something to be something that it's not. Now, if it was a situation in which Babylungs was basically like, I need $50,000 for the emotional labor and trauma that I endured from the discrimination and racism I faced working for you. I could see how Madeline would take it that way, but in my opinion, it's still problematic because I feel like that's just showing where perhaps in that other, it's either A, it happened just like Babylungs said and Madeline's gaslighting the fuck out of Babylungs, or B, even if it happened like Madeline said, in that scenario, I feel like Babylungs probably felt like they were discriminated against, and they probably may not have known the correct legal steps to take in order to get justice and might have just sent something where they saw other people do that, because it can be, it's, I've seen so many fucking stupid ass people do that shit. Like, I've had people try to send me stupid ass cease and desist letters at thinking they're gonna sue me for something. Like, what a joke. um so I get that, like, uh, like, where if you don't know better and you see other people doing something, you might end up repeating that behavior. Um, but either way, it's not to, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like it's probably more like A or B right there than like this extortion thing that Madeline is saying. I just really am having a hard time believing that narrative. Madeline would need to put up those receipts in order for me to believe that. Is that AAB? I don't know. Okay, now I just wonder if anything slang is, but I don't know. I'm overthinking, second guessing. Okay.
That, and we will pay you a day rate to make a list for us for as many days as it takes you to compile that info for us so we can act on it, because that is bad and we would want to fix that.
In this video, it's everything is posted. It's so quick. Okay, hold on.
For as many days as it takes you to compile that info for us so we can act on it, because that is bad and we would want to fix that.
So I don't know who this is to or from, but the message said, but like what brings us to right now is this situation. You obviously feel not great about your experience working there. You have critiques of the workplace and of me as a person. I have critiques of your work. There's a comment in the way. And it says which happens and something else, and it says something and are and something else. I think we were. I don't know. And then it says, at the end of the day, though, I still like you. Redacted. I can't help it. I appreciate you and I want to listen to what your experiences were at work and see if there's a way we can make you feel settled. And there's something in the way. And then it says, as far as the personal stuff, if you want to have those conversations separately, we can, but I think they're two separate conversations. I am down for both. Except for she keeps putting convos instead of conversations. That's bothering me. Okay. And then there's an text overlay over the second message too, so we can't read a lot of that as well. But what we can read says, to me, I think we start with the work stuff first, the things he felt were a problem. It seems like everyone shouldn't be paid the same amount. I really can't do anything about that because that is the whole, and then there's a bunch of redacted lines, and it says, you're not going to get me on board with that either, but it's stuff like played rap music in the office and talked about being hood and gangster. Yes, 100%, that's a problem. We can work with stuff like that. So someone talked about being hood and gangster as well, seems to be admitted in this text message, but Madeline previously said no other instances, didn't mention this whenever she was saying the only instances of racism. You know what I mean? So there seems to keep me like, hello, there's that. But yeah, I don't like, if everybody's not doing the same amount of work, I don't know. I feel like at the end of the day, I have mixed feelings about some concepts here. On a certain level, I fucking think all human beings deserve to have a living wage, right? We all deserve to make a living, and I don't think that any one person is worth less than another just on the premise of existing, right? But when it comes to working, if I work for 5 hours and Sally works for 8 hours and um, I make no, actually, if I work for 8 hours and Sally works for 5 hours and I make $50, but Sally makes 80, I'm gonna be like, what the fuck? Why is Sally making more than me when I work more than Sally? You know what I mean? So, on another level, I think it's about the amount of hours being worked and what are we doing here too. Like, certain things, I think, there's cost-based, value-based, and market-based pricing. There's different reasons things cost different amounts. I don't know. I have mixed feelings about the concept of like we're gonna pay everybody the same no matter what when not everybody works the same. But maybe I'm wrong for that. I don't know. What's a decolonized way with all of that? I just don't agree with capitalism and colonialism and communism and all. I don't agree with those colonial concepts. I just agree with tribal sovereignty. But anyway, let's keep going.
And the response I got was that I take everything too literally and no list was ever produced. So we can't fix something we don't know about. I'm not saying they never encountered anything else, but I'm saying the two things they did encounter that they brought to our attention, we promptly addressed and implemented. You know, what have you experienced? Have you experienced anything in the workplace that gave you pause?
Nothing that I would deem racist or microaggressions. I don't know, like I've never encountered anything personally, and from what I can recall from what was 2023, we've very much hung out every weekend and talked about everything that was going on in the office. So I was very much updated week by week, and I recall this being the only thing that was brought up and that there was a solution found, because the thing about having or being friends with Madeline is that she's super aware to how she may not be aware to certain things as a white woman. So often she would ask me if things she was doing was okay or what she should do or the best course of action, being because I am black.
And because I know you don't mind telling me.
Yes, I'm very honest, and, yeah, and we'll let Madeline know if she fucked up. And I feel like most...
I think on a certain level, like, yeah, we should be having these conversations with people in our community if we don't know better and there's someone impacted by it. But on another level, are you really comfortable being the person who someone is using as the scapegoat, you know, when it comes to your community issues, you know? And this is where I feel like I don't believe that certain things may be processed here. At this time, and I don't know if that's appropriate for me to say. And perhaps it's just not the experience for Lee, because you know, if they just don't get along, and so they've never had those conversations to where they're not around, to where Lee knows what this other person went through, what Babylungs went through, because they didn't get along, so they weren't around each other. So Lee just didn't see what Babylungs went through. That could be a thing, and that could be, you know what I mean? But I also feel like perhaps there could be like, you know, a survival mechanism, as well as I myself, you know, like I've spoken about how someone in my own community processed late about something happening to them, and that happens to me too, where like I didn't realize till later on how I was being tokenized as a deaf person by the hearing people who were excusing the fact that, you know, like that they were in proximity to me to then discriminate against all deaf people, you know, and by continuing to associate with them, I allowed that, right? And so, I think that's another issue to contend with. Like, how do we end up in those situations with, you know, for me, when I end up in those situations, sometimes it's either a mix or a single aspect of, it could be financial stress and I'm relying on certain people to get by, or it could be peer pressure to where I feel isolated in the world, and if I can't figure out how to get along with people, I won't have anyone, you know. Like, as a deaf woman, I'll never not get to, like, I have to exist around hearing spaces, you know. So I don't know. Okay, let's keep.
Pretty much everything that she did made sense to me, and a lot of it I suggested myself. So I think I stand by it. The severance package hypothetical.
After they left the company, very amicably. They sent a very nice message that made a lot of sense. They were like, I think the comfort of the workplace has stopped me from pursuing my personal projects, which made sense to me. It was obvious that the workplace and them it was not very compatible, that it wasn't a good match for a number of reasons that we don't need to really get into too much detail about, but it wasn't working for us, and it obviously wasn't working for them. And they sent a very, very nice message about it and said that, you know, they should probably just leave to pursue personal projects. And I was like, I totally understand. I was really surprised months later when we contacted them about recovering a piece of work property. It was a phone that was used to make content, which they, when they quit, offered to bring back to the company. They said, you know, my car's just in the shop, I'll bring it back when it's fixed. A few months later, we were like, oh, we need that phone. And I reached out via text and was like, hey, I could send an Uber Connect to pick up the phone so you don't have to come all the way out here. And this actually sparked a series of text messages that were very, very different in tone and content from anything they had said before. So it kind of caught me off guard. So the nature of the messages was bizarre to me, and it seemed to be implying that they were looking for a large sum of money from the company. And I didn't really understand this because we don't have a lot of money. We break even. That's the whole point of the business. And something they brought up was that hypothetically, if people had to be laid off from the company, they would get a severance package. And that is true, we would try that.
If a business breaks even, that means they make no profit. That you can't grow if you're not profitable. You wouldn't have ad revenue. You wouldn't have. This is where I'm like, ugh. Yeah.
However, we have not had anybody be laid off from the company since 2014, so in 10 years. So this is not something that ever actually like manifested at all. And they appear to be soliciting money for quitting, which is not what a severance package is. A severance package is if somebody gets laid off due to reasons outside of their control, they unexpectedly don't have income. A severance package is supposed to help them until they find their next job. Somebody voluntarily quitting, I don't know of anywhere that would give you a severance package for voluntarily quitting a job. That's not what a severance package.
I've literally gotten severance packages from law offices and from other places for quitting. Different people will lock in a severance package. It depends on the contract on employment by employment basis. But literally, a severance package is a package for employees to be taken care of when the connection is severed. It doesn't matter how the fuck that severance happens, typically, in a lot of cases. You know what I mean? So I don't get this, where it's just like, no, we only take care of you if you leave us in a certain way. Like, to a point, that can be, like, how it is with contracts, but, like, to act like it's unreasonable or like it doesn't happen is just wild to me. So, fucking. And then also where she said, so first she was saying that she was trying to extort money. Now she's trying to say it was a severance package. So which is it? A severance package isn't extortion. I don't know why the captioner is putting sandwich. I said severance.
Packages. So when they started soliciting money from the company, it did feel like they were trying to extort money from the company. The nature of the text messages was very like, I have all this dirt on my.
So she's saying that they're trying to extort money because of asking for a severance package. That shows doesn't have a very strong sense of grounding in reality. She doesn't understand what she's speaking about. She needs to also show evidence of these text messages she's speaking on. She's saying things without showing proof.
My experience at Tunnel Vision, and you better give me a lot of money, which was shocking because
I'm assuming that it was not worded that way. But even if it was worded that way, I feel like at best, this is literally just her being classist and racist still. Because at the end of the day, that's basically what the fucking attorney would basically be telling you in a demand letter. So it's one thing, like, I was making fun of someone who sent me a cease and desist letter, basically like, you're not going to actually do anything with this, or you would have had an attorney contact me. You know what I mean? So there's one thing for that, right? Like where you make fun of someone, like in order to basically be like put up or shut up, you know? But whenever you're literally making fun of someone for not knowing the proper legal steps to take to get justice, which is how this is coming off to me, that rubs me the wrong way. Like, whether or not Babylungs knew or had access to the correct legal steps for if, you know, Madeline were sued for discrimination, like perhaps the statute of limitations were up or whatever. But if that were to happen, um, you just like you basically kind of get a letter of demand. They basically, that's literally what lawyers send in a demand letter. It's the first step that happens before a lawsuit. They're basically like, you can pay this amount of money or we're going to court. You know what I mean? I'm oversimplifying. It's not basically like that, but it kind of is.
Specifically was like, okay, well, we don't have money, but what, you know, do you want to tell me about bad experiences you had? And they couldn't name anything. So the impression I got is that they were looking for us to pay them money to not run an online public smear campaign against us.
But then to be like, well, Babylungs couldn't name anything when Babylungs named a bunch of shit from, you know, the work conditions to the stressful work environment, but also where she was discussing the Black HR concept and all of these other things. That kind of feels like you're just dismissing her and there I go with the misgendering. That sounds like you're dismissing them and devaluing them.
And I think this is something we spoke about. This is unfortunately a pattern of behavior we had noticed in them, not just with our company, but with the world at large as they interacted with it. And that was part of the reason why the working relationship wasn't so great between us and them, because they did have a tendency to take these personal issues in their life and they would bleed over into our workplace in a number of ways that compromised.
Okay, when a Black person is discussing racism with you, and then your response is you're taking these personal issues and bleeding it into our work life, that just kind of shows that you're fucking racist, in my opinion. Just not
our workplace that made it very difficult for us to exist in the community in Los Angeles. Further complicated just things. They weren't great about the barriers between their personal life and their work life, and it affected all of us in the workplace at the end of the day. So part of that was a behavior pattern of running online smear campaigns against.
For Madeline to accuse this person of running online smear campaigns against her for literally speaking out about the blatant racism, when Madeline literally weaponizes millions of followers against content creators that she doesn't like. That right there, it's just like, how much of a hypocrite can you be?
Anybody. When I got these text messages, it was pretty obvious to me what they were getting at, which is that they wanted money to not do that to us. But it was a moot point because we didn't have money to give them. So the idea of a severance package is built into a greater conversation they were having where they were trying multiple ways to solicit money from us. So the last thing they brought up was in regards to an incident that actually happened not at work, which is a little hard for us to respond to. Basically, one day they and two other coworkers, while on their lunch break several blocks away from work, were physically attacked by a man. And this situation did not happen at work. It did not happen because of work in any capacity. The message we at work actually got about it after it happened was specifically not to reach out and talk to anybody about what had occurred because they did not want to discuss it. I was tempted to.
I fucking hate how quick they put these goddamn screenshots up here.
occurred because they did not want to discuss it. I was tempted to respect their
Fuck, I was trying to
privacy
pause
and not at work. It occurred because they did not want to discuss it.
So they said, "Hi guys, I'm sorry. I think we're all in shock. So please do not message this individual at the moment." And then so some redacted people got physically assaulted by this random guy, and they're filing a police report. All got injured, and all of that. And again, Babylungs had said that Babylungs felt that the way Madeline was posting the location contributed to this. And that publicizing that makes it dangerous for them. And then Madeline to be basically victim blaming people for being concerned of assault from strangers while her employees got assaulted by a stranger is a fucking wild to me. Fucking disgusting. Disgusting.
I was tempted to respect their privacy and just do what I had basically been told to do. It's definitely not because everybody at work didn't care that this thing happened to them. We care very much. But we were told not to talk with the 3 people involved about it.
You were told that to blow their shit up, not to not talk to them about it. Like, big difference there. Like, what? And how is that relevant? Like, what? Stop centering your...
And it did not happen at work. It happened on their lunch break away.
If it happened to them at work during their workday, while they were working at lunch, yeah, that did happen at work. Own that. When you literally, that's why it's not a safe work environment. You're making people feel like shit because they were assaulted at work. You're literally doing that in this video. It's disgusting. Fucking disgusting. It's misogynistic as shit, too. Jesus fucking Christ, she is disgusting.
From work. So it was not a work matter. It was a personal matter. And personally, we were told not to check in on them about it because they didn't want to talk about it.
And you respected that, clearly.
And I did respect.
That's their trauma. Stop. Bro, what the fuck is wrong with these people?
That. Yeah. So yeah, that is something that did not have to do with our workplace. They did say that they had repeatedly asked not to put our address out there. That is something that I actually do not remember them ever saying to me specifically. It's possible they said it, and I
just like you don't remember being racist.
I just don't remember it, but it would not be something we would realistically be able to accommodate. You legally have to put the physical address of your business on an email, a subscription email service. We had to put
No, you don't.
Put the address on our business on packages that went out as the return package address.
You can actually do a P.O. box for that as well.
There is not a way we could operate a business and not make our address public.
She's not very smart. There's a lot of ways to operate as a business and not make your address public. Take me, for example. She's stupid. That's probably ableist of me. She's just, her lack of ability to be intelligent doesn't mean something is impossible, is or isn't possible. Look, just never take what Madeline says as the truth, in my opinion.
That's just not something we would have been able to request. And additionally, I was confused because this incident did not happen at our workplace, did not happen at our address. It was not somebody who was motivated by anything having to do with our workplace. It just did not have to do with work at all. The fallout from that, as it had to do with work, was just that these people requested some time off because they were shaken out by the incident, and we of course were like, yeah, take all the time that you need. And that was that. I mean, that's the extent of what we could do because it didn't involve work. So,
and the time frame of that happening was soon after they decided to quit, and then that's when we get to the timeline of Madeline asking for the phone. So it was insinuated that Madeline didn't care about the event and didn't reach out to them, only to reach out for the phone, when in fact it was stated, or it was requested that Madeline not bring it up at all.
When the reason this person took off work was from being assaulted and in relation to that as well, and then you're going to give them shit for not working enough and then act like you're supportive, you can't really convince me that you're a supportive person. And then whenever you're basically making the people who were assaulted feel like shit for not wanting to talk about it, and then trying to say, well, since they didn't want to talk about it, that meant I supported them. What the fuck? This is disgusting to see. It's so hard to watch this disgusting behavior. I can see why they deleted it, because what the fuck? You know how disgusting you are when you deleted what you said.
And not just me, everybody in the workplace. It was requested that nobody in the workplace bring up this thing that happened to them. We all respected that. They quit a few weeks later, not citing any of that, citing instead that, they felt that the job was too comfortable and held them back from pursuing their personal projects. And the only thing they said about that is they were like, that was the sign I needed to change things in my life.
I think it's, like I said, very important to keep this professional and not have any of the personal.
And again, when I'm specifically saying disgusting and speaking with disgust, that's a projection to Madeline only here. I do have feelings about it being hard to watch Lee in this situation, but I don't feel it's my place to put any commentary on that situation. I have put, said some things I'm processing here. I don't know if that's problematic or not. Probably is. So, we're working on that and processing it. But fucking, yeah, this is hard as shit to watch.
Stuff bleed into it, even though this person has bled the personal stuff into the work stuff. But I feel like we've spoken about all.
Work is personal. So there's a difference between focusing on work, being productive, work-life balance. There are an extent to which you need to separate work and business. But when someone's issue with you is calling out discrimination and the response is, well, they're just trying to make it personal, and you haven't properly debunked or shown any way, you know what I mean? Like, it kind of just looks like you're the one, and then you accuse her, god damn it, you accuse them, Babylungs, of trying to do a smear campaign on you for speaking out about racism. Meanwhile, you're acting like Babylungs isn't a good enough worker, but you don't consider that a smear campaign? Interesting. And Babylungs worked for you for years, and you're trying to act like Babylungs was not a good worker for years. So, what? So are you saying that you don't have a good work environment that encourages productivity? You don't train people? You don't have a system in place for, what is this?
All of the points they've made, I feel like it's very clear what's going on here, and I really hope that we don't have to say anything more. I just think it's a case of someone needing attention in some capacity, especially with the recent, I don't think it's a coincidence with the recent uproar of Madeline's personal internet presence, and I think that they do unfortunately correlate, and I think they saw an opportunity and they decided to take it, and I just don't think it has actually anything to do with anyone else that works with the brand or the brand outside of the things that did. So
that's it. So do you think that if people have questions or anything they want clarified, they could ask them? And we can respond in comments?
Definitely in the comments. I just think talking about it any longer is just gonna make it last longer than it needs to, in my opinion.
Again, there are a number of reasons I could give you why their presence in our workplace was difficult and not ideal. And when I say it's mutually beneficial when they decided to leave the company, it was a relief for a lot of us for a lot of reasons. The reason why we resisted to make the videos, we felt like to defend the brand and stand up and make a statement, we would have to out a lot of those experiences we had with them. And we were trying not to do that because their experiences while working, a lot of them were not great. And we don't want to direct more negative attention towards them by talking about those experiences we had working with them. So suffice it to say, we had a conflict with them in our workplace, and for a number of reasons, we have a lot of things that did not work well on our end with them, which we are not talking about. And they are entitled to their beliefs about their experiences working with us. I'm confident they probably didn't have a great time either, because it was not a good fit or a good match. But I think it's important for you guys to know that the valid concerns they had about the microaggressions in the workplace, like the AAVD and the wrapping plate, we did address those. That's it. Do you have any other final thoughts you want to add as a Black woman in the workplace, Leanna?
I just think, personally, I feel like it's really easy to label any negative interaction with a white person as racist. I've definitely done that before. But I personally just feel like a lot of what's being spoke about, obviously not the microaggressions that we've already discussed were true and fixed. I just feel like not everything is racist. I feel like a lot of the stuff that's being speculated, the word racism and racist is being used very loosely, in my opinion. And as someone who has experienced a lot of racism in my lifetime, I know what it looks like, and I can't say that I've personally had any racist encounters with these people in the office. And I feel like if they were racist, it would definitely be a problem amongst not only me, but several other people that work there.
Half of our workforce, I think.
So I feel like the fact that it hasn't been brought up, or there hasn't been a problem that's been spoken about, unless these people are extremely racist outside of work, and then when they come into work, not racist, but it just doesn't seem like a real claim to me. And it feels like the reaching is happening. It feels like a reach to me, but that's just my own personal opinion.
And my personal opinion is that I have to take every single claim of racism super, super seriously, so I can't say that it's not a big deal.
And I do just want to remind everybody, I do consider Madeline Pendleton a white supremacist. She does defend Karl Marx and Engels, and they were saying that a common N-word is a degenerate of a lesser man. That is what Madeline Pendleton literally was trying. That those are the people that she literally defends over and over and over again. So that's why I consider her a white supremacist. She also they also were talking about a Black Jewish man as an N-word, and mocking a Black Jewish man for losing money, calling them an N-word, saying a Jewish N-word. And that's what Madeline Pendleton defends. And I've checked my playlist for those videos. So that's why I call her a white supremacist. So it's very hard for me to watch this live stream, and I mean this video. I thought this was a live stream because an overlay said that this video was deleted while on live, but actually I think this is just the actual video that was originally posted on their page, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure. It's definitely a video. I don't know if it was a live stream or not. But anyway, it's very hard to watch. It's very hard. Particularly when you understand the context of the political ideology that Madeline promotes. It's based on white supremacy. You know what I mean?
I have to say, yeah, it's a big deal.
You have to consider everything, but I think the fact that literally they cannot provide a list of everything that happened just goes to show that it's just talking with no actual issues, and therefore no solution can be made.
So yeah, that is the extent of everything. Hopefully this is a done deal and we don't need to get into more details about the things that they did in the workplace that did not work for us. We're hoping to avoid that conversation again, because it is not great. But just to kind of defend ourselves as a workplace and talk about it. And I think nobody thinks the workplace is perfect. We don't think our workplace is perfect. We don't have this utopia. We work through problems all the time. That's why we have saying, you don't follow each other, you just have to kill each other long enough to get a paycheck. And people have interpersonal issues in every workplace, and ours is not exempt from that. However, things like discrimination or racism or microaggressions as a part of racism, these are things we take really, really, really seriously. And we don't pretend it's never going to happen, but when it happens, we do really try to fix it.
The best way I can describe my personal experience is I just don't I think there's a personality clash, but nothing more than that. Like, and that's kind of normal for me when it comes to interacting with white people. I just don't get along with them as a friend. But the whole point of this is it's a workplace, and I'm not there to make friends. I'm there to work. So that may have been the confusion and issue for this person.
Yeah, and have you haven't experienced anything that has prohibited you from doing your job or made you feel like uncomfortable being in the workplace?
No, and if I did, trust me, I would be the first to know, and there would be a solution made. Because one thing about me, if there's a problem, I want to fix it.
And I want to fix it too.
And typically, if I can fix it amongst myself, which is typically what I do, pretty chill.
I think we're pretty chill workplace, yeah.
Sometimes too chill. I'm like, damn, this is a job.
This is a job. This is a job at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And I do think a lot of the things that they're upset about, again, bleed over from personal things and them not realizing it is a job. Like, it's not, it doesn't get to be summer camp, you know, get to just show up and do whatever you want now and then and not be expected to meet a goal or meet sales numbers. Like, that is unfortunately the reality of any workplace, including ours, and you are accountable to the team. And, you know, I think that the thing that was, again, most surprising to me was them saying that it was a high-stress work environment. And I don't know any high-stress work environments where you can take 8 weeks off in a year.
I wish I took 8 weeks off. I wish I knew that was
other people are taking 8 weeks off. You're one of the people who doesn't take as much time off.
I actually just do my job. I don't know. I'm not thinking about...
You can take more time off.
I typically just go on vacation once a year.
Yeah.
Maybe.
That is the situation.
That's it.
That's a formal statement. And I know people are going to be like, oh, we had to bring the black employee out. But it's like you said, like nobody would have trusted just anything.
Okay, here's another thing I want you guys to understand. I am the only employee that lives in New York. Madeline has been in New York the last week.
So you're the only person here to help me address this right now.
Yes.
And you didn't always live in New York. You used to live in LA.
I used to live in LA.
Yeah, and you worked in LA.
I recently moved to New York
Yes.
this year.
So it's not like Leanna's so far removed from it, she doesn't know what's going on.
I'm in every meeting.
Yeah, every meeting via Zoom, you know, and your move, I think, just happened this year, which is when A left the company. So you were in LA the whole time that A worked there.
Yes.
Which is important to note as well.
Yes.
No, I'm visiting and we just are next to each other and we both make content for the brand.
Yeah.
So you're going to see Madeline and Leanna content this week because
that's my job. I make content for Tunnel Vision.
And I am in town and we are both in the same city.
Yes.
So we are working together and doing content.
And we are also friends. So we're going to see each other.
Yeah.
We're both on the internet.
So it's not a conspiracy that you're seeing me and Leanna together.
Yes.
We just both happen to be in the same
We're
city
not
right now.
friends just because I'm black. I can assure you that.
Actually, that's some news for you. Okay, that's it. That's the video.
Yes.
Hi everybody, we are here today because we wanted to make a video addressing
Wait, hold on. Let me just rewatch this last thing she said at the end here.
you can take more time off.
I typically just go on vacation once a year.
Yeah.
Maybe.
That is the situation.
That's it.
That's a formal statement. And I know people are going to be like, oh, we had to bring the black employee out. But it's like you said, like nobody would have trusted just anything.
Okay. Here's another thing I want you guys to understand.
Laughing about that, like what is funny? And how are you gonna I don't understand why, like, how is that funny? What is funny about that? And how is that not racist, in my opinion? Like, what?
I am the only employee that lives in New York. Madeline has been in New York the last week.
Just happened this year, which is when A left the company. So you were in LA the whole time that A worked there.
Yes.
Which is important to note as well.
Yes.
No, I'm visiting and we just are next to each other and we both make content for the brand.
Yeah.
So you're going to see Madeline and Leanna content this week because
that's my job. I make content for Tunnel Vision.
And I am in town and we are both in the same city.
Yes.
So we are working together and doing content.
And we are also friends. So we're going to see each other.
Yeah.
We're both on the internet.
So it's not a conspiracy that you're seeing me and Leanna together.
Yes.
We just both happen to be in the same city.
We're not friends just because I'm black. I can assure you that.
Actually, that's some news for you.
How is this funny? Leanna said, we're not friends just because I'm black. I can assure you that. And Madeline said, actually, I have some news for you. How is that funny? Why would that be funny to joke about? I don't understand why it's just like edgy, seen as edgy, dark humor to joke about it being, wouldn't it be funny if I was racist. What's funny about that? That really didn't sit right with me. That's hard to watch. Hard to watch. Okay, it's about to autoplay. Oh no, it didn't. So in this other comment, and we'll just watch the first 10 seconds of this so you can see it. This is unrelated, but then the comments have some related shit.
Okay, so real talk. I do not think that TikTok's going to go away in 48.
Yeah, so as far as I can tell, this is an unrelated video about the TikTok ban, but in the comments, one person said, Babylungs Insta stories yesterday were very illuminating. And Madeline said, one, yeah, we definitely have different versions of events. For reference, and she said LOL here. For reference, they're a millionaire landlord who left LA after illegally evicting a group of people. One person is still homeless from it, I believe, and stealing money or art from people. All of this would be public record. So if that's not true, like this opens up a whole defamation case against Madeline. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion. Like, when you look at everything that's been put out in this situation, I strongly believe that Babylungs could easily have a defamation case on Madeline in this situation, in my opinion. But that's just me. I'm not an attorney. But anyway, and honestly, if she was a millionaire and she was a landlord, that would be public record. Like, God, I am so colonial. I keep calling Babylung she. Babylung's gender is they, them. They are not binary. I apologize. I don't know why I'm like this. And if someone didn't like me for that, or said I was transphobic for not getting pronouns right, that would be valid. If someone literally was like, this is a transphobic fucking bitch who can't fucking get pronouns right to save her fucking life, that would be valid as fuck. And you know what I mean? Like, I just, it is transphobic to get it wrong. And I don't like this whole thing where we try to act like discrimination isn't discrimination when it fucking is. Just because we're the ones doing it, we want to act like that doesn't make it discrimination. Like, what? Anyway, and then Madeline said we were their first actual job besides working part-time for a couple months at one place once in college. They're around 30 now for reference. So you were not their actual first job if they worked somewhere else. So that itself shows like Madeline is kind of like devaluing. You know what I'm saying? And you don't know people's journeys or their life stories. So I don't like the way that Madeline is trying to devalue someone's work history that way. And if Madeline will talk about one former employee this way, she'll talk about anyone that way. Um, and it says, while working for us, they beat up one of our models, accidentally trafficked drugs to a minor across state lines, repeatedly called one of their coworkers autistic, even to models and strangers, and just stopped doing their job out of nowhere, claiming they need an assistant. It was a job everyone else in the building did, and half the time without any problems. Shouldn't be surprised in retrospect. They thought a 28-hour job and having a sales goal was overwork, but at the time it was quite confusing for us all. And then said high school, not college. Sorry. Oh, wait. And then other people are arguing up in here too, so I'm going to ignore them and I'm just going to look for the other Madeline comments here. It looks like, okay, and then 3, Madeline said we've all in LA been wondering if perhaps they're having a mental health crisis of some kind or if we're just trying not to engage with it, but they seem to have a new target every few months. That is ableism on Madeline's part. We became the target months after they quit when they tried to extort money from the business by implying they'd go public with a series of complaints. Otherwise, they have more money than the business does for reference. Quite odd, but confident if you talk to anyone who knows them in real life, you'll get the scoop. And then item number 4, Madeline said, I tried to engage with them in good faith for months until I found out the details about the evictions and beating up the model and stealing from other people around town. I unfortunately think this is just kind of what they do, and the more energy they get from people that the more they whip up a tail. So, yeah, I do believe that if Madeline cannot for a fact prove all of this, and a lot of what Madeline has said has already kind of shown in the evidence in and of itself not to go in Madeline's favor, in my opinion, from what I've seen. But, yeah, this could easily be a defamation case on Madeline. If Babylungs was actually repeatedly calling a coworker autistic, in any certain way, that's definitely ableism and something to look into there. But at the same time, did Madeline not? Why would Madeline not addressing that as well as a business owner? And it's just really funny to me that you really don't find out anything until after this person left. It's just very funny coincidence to me. Um, and the whole drug trafficking thing, if that was just marijuana and just weed, and like if they were just like smoking some weed and she's gonna be like, oh, you're a drug trafficker, that's wild. Now, if drug trafficking like is actually like I don't know. I just feel like judging people for drugs is just another form of colonialism. And when we look at the way, there's disparity in addiction, that can also tie back to racism as well. Um, I don't know. If people were actually having like money and art stolen from them, why not call Babylungs out? You know, my brother struggled with addiction. Whenever he's done some fucked up shit, bitches called him out. It was super easy to find out what the fuck he did. Um, and if they beat up one of your models, then why aren't you like? Why was there no assault? Like, I don't understand like all of this where she's just trying to be blame all of these things. Okay, then why wasn't it taken care of then? Are you saying you didn't manage it? Like, for all of this to have happened, and Madeline been like, I don't know. It's just such a disconnect. So, which is it, Madeline? Are you saying that you, as a business owner, allowed all of these fucked up things to happen under your business that Babylungs did? And that you didn't address the work culture with all of these issues? Or are you just lying on Babylungs? Which is it? You know what I mean? Because either way, Madeline's definitely part of the problem here, in my opinion. But yeah, that's just me. And then moving on, I'm not gonna watch this video because I don't give a shit what Madeline has to say. But I just want to remind you guys, again, my dad, if we bring him up. So my dad is, why isn't this showing? Hold on. Okay, sorry. My dad, he's Powhatan descent. Powhatan. We are from the area known as Senacommacah. Tsenacommacah. Okay. So the thing that you need to know here, as it relates, we're in Senacommacah, Virginia. We are Potomac Pamunkey descent. Patawomeck. Pamunkey. Potomac and Pamunkey. So, this is the area known as, like, Seneca was known as Virginia, parts of West Virginia, Maryland, Washington, D.C., and New Jersey. Okay? My homelands. My people. When we talk about Virginia natives, we're talking about typically Powhatan people. Powhatan. Powhatan peoples typically we're talking about when we talk about Virginia natives. So I just want to show you guys how Madeline is upholding settler colonialism. So someone said, Madeline, can we get your review of Virginia? And Madeline starts talking about her review of Virginia as a state. And I really think that settler colonizers, talking about what they do or don't like about their settler colonialism is a trigger for me. So in the comments too, one person put Virginia Beach and Roanoke, particularly the county, are not a fair representation of the rest of the state as well, and things like that. Or you've got these settler colonizers talking about our homelands as if they know it when they don't, when they've only colonized it. It's like Israelis making a video like, which city of Israel is the best Israeli city, and Palestinians are like, fuck you bitches. Free Palestine, in my opinion. That's how it feels for me watching these settler colonizers. You know what I mean? And then one person put Virginia native here. He missed the two best parts of Virginia. And so if that person is actually a Virginia native, actually indigenous descent, I think that's beautiful for their representation. Wingapo Natapawa. Good to see you. But fucking, if you're not actually indigenous and you're claiming to be a native to Virginia, that is indigenous erasure. That's perpetuating white supremacy. That is harmful. When you have like these settler colonizers feeling entitled to the land and trying to claim that they are now the native people, that is an issue. And it really bothers me that this is what Madeline is perpetuating and allowing in her comments. That is white supremacy, in my opinion. So, yeah. Fucking, okay, I was about to say, let me see if I found another. Alright, we're gonna watch one more video here. I think this kind of is a good summary recap of kind of everything that happened. So anyway, fucking Critical Lens posted this kind of like summary recap of everything that happened. I figured we could
kind of racist behavior, you can tell a lot about those allegations based on how the person responds to them. Case in point, Madeline Pendleton is getting people's attention again due to allegations of racist behavior and creating a toxic work environment. While I don't want to go too deep into the specifics of the allegations, there are plenty of videos doing that, I do want to point out that the way they have responded to these allegations tells you a lot about them as a person. Because Pendleton's response was to first make an almost 40-minute long video in which they deny the allegations and denounce them, which did not work, so they deleted the video, go live on their business page to denounce the allegations with a fellow co-worker who was a person of color, and then eventually pretend as if they actually hadn't talked about the allegations whatsoever. But especially the going live part is very telling, because it's a very common playbook of anyone who is accused of allegations. Are you a white person who's been accused of racism? Find a black person willing to sign off on the fact that you aren't racist. Works every time. As I just implied, this also isn't just a Pendleton thing. This is a very common defense. Despite the fact that many accusations of racist behavior aren't about hating all people of color, they're about something much more specific. One of the most common defenses is to point out, see, this is a point where a person of color was someone I was okay with, therefore I can't be racist. Of course, it's not working here for the same reason that it very rarely works. The only people who buy that shit are the people who were already so deep into their parasocial relationship with this person that they were looking for any modicum of evidence to alleviate these allegations. And it especially isn't working very well in this particular situation, situation because Pendleton has been so quickly blowing through all the goodwill and good faith they have built up since creating their platform very, very quickly through allegation after allegation after allegation. There's been so many scandals, people are already sick of them. Not to mention the fact that the person accusing them has been working with them for quite some time, and there's a significant digital trail showing that. The allegations are something that can be backed up by solid evidence. All this is just to say that when people's attempts to defend themselves are so transparently flimsy, all you can do is laugh, because it's kind of pathetic. You know, when a person is accused of any kind of racist behavior, you can tell a lot about those allegations.
It started replaying. So yeah, the comments on here I find could be a bit problematic. And yeah, it's basically people saying that Babylungs is in the wrong, and I disagree. From what I've seen, it really feels like white people are looking for reasons to excuse racism, in my opinion. But yeah, I feel like if there are other issues that occurred that manifested in their relationship, whether or not Babylungs was the most productive worker doesn't negate the racism Babylungs faced. And the fact that we're responding with, I can't be racist, you don't work productively enough, is just reminding me of a very problematic concept. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just this settler colonizer mentality that I think comes from an entitlement from slavery potentially. You know what I mean? Where we think that like, oh, if someone, like we start degrading people based on how we perceive their work. Oh, whoops. I was trying to bring, that's not, why isn't, there it is. Okay, for some reason, sometimes when I try to change my windows, I'll be clicking the correct window, but it won't pull up, no matter how many times I click it. I don't know what the fuck. Anyway, so I figure we could finish it off with something a little more lighthearted. So this one person commented with some laughing emojis and some heart emojis. Oh yeah, these are comments that are held on my vid page. So I'm gonna approve that. That was on the video where Sandera had tried to Sandera had basically threatened to sue me in the very first video I ever did on responding to that, because I think I did 3 or 4 responses to that. Someone had responded with some laughing emojis. This other person just put an X comment. I'm just good. No, I didn't mean to hide that user because of that. I was just gonna remove that and not approve it, but whatever. Now he's hidden too. Fuck it. I didn't even mean to hide him. Maybe I'll unhide him. I don't know. That was an accident, but whatever. Okay, so Edwina Lopez for the hair video said thank you. Whenever I search up how to take care of my 2A hair, it just shows people with the most curly hair ever. I approved that. I do feel like, when you look into hair types or whatever, it's hard to figure out, like, what type of hair you have to take care of it, because, like, when you look into it, like, the curl charts are so different. But yeah, fucking, and I think a lot of people too, like, there's not, like, a lot of people haven't always had, I think, like, okay, so you know how you have people who do not have curly hair trying to act like they have curly hair and do all of the curly hair routine type things, I think that is partly why we have it where it's like now we don't even know like what hair type is for what hair type, right? Um I think a lot of girls, you know, like when they look at it by like 1, 2, 3, and 4, they forget the A, B, and C. Where we look at it by like our the density of your hair strand and the texture of your hair strand and how thick or thin each hair strand is going to impact how that strand will coil. Um, and so a lot of people, when they think of wavy hair, they're used to a thicker hair, and they're really used to 2C hair, to 2B, 2C when they think wavy. And they don't perceive 2A as wavy, they perceive it as straight. And then when you Google 2A wavy hair, theoretically, the A category for 1A, 2A, 3A, and 4A, those are all supposed to be like your really thin diameter hair strands, right? But because people, they don't understand the categories, they'll just see it like, oh, if you have 4 hair, they think your hair is thick. They don't understand that your hair can be 4A, where it can be extremely curly, but still very, very thin and fine. You know? They don't, for example. And so I think that can happen with the 2A like group too, where people will have either 1C hair, where your hair is thicker, um, but it's not a 1A where it's a dead straight, but it still has almost a candy cane curve to it, curvature, like a slight S, but not quite S-y, versus 2A is like an S curl pattern where it's almost straight, but there's this slight bend. And it can and depending on what the moisture is doing in the environment, your hair can look straighter or curlier too, you know? But yeah, I feel like a lot of people, because of like the misconceptions of what is 1, 2, or 3, or 4 hair, and then not paying attention to the differences between A, B, and C, like they'll be having um 2C hair calling themselves 2A, but really they don't have fine hair. They have very thick hair strands, but they'll perceive 2A hair as just one. And even though my hair is not 1A, because it is not straight enough to be 1A, but it's not 1C because it's not thick enough, right? Like, I'm sorry I'm like this, but anyway, that's what that reminded me of. So yeah, I understand how hard it could be, like, because 2A hair, like, when we talk about, like, like my hair type being relatively easy to do, it doesn't mean we don't have our struggles, but it is just the fact that it is easier to manage this hair type than other hair types in terms of the hours and the um the arm strength you need when it comes to dealing with things, like, for example, certain hair types, you have to really pay attention to when you're using hot or cold water, because depending on if you have low, medium, or high porosity, like your cuticles, like if you need to be able to have it so your hair is going to absorb the water. So if you have a lower porosity hair, I believe you may potentially need a cooler water or a warmer water, not cooler. If you have low porosity hair, you might need warmer water to open up your hair follicles and your, like the cuticle of your hair, so that way it can absorb the moisture, right? If that makes sense. Am I making sense? And then if you have a higher porosity hair, then you want to use higher temperature water to seal that moisture in. So different hair types need different things. And I think that's like what people don't account for. It's not that any of them are better or worse than the other. It's just like understanding what it needs to give it that and take care of it. Um, and then like if you have like a lower porosity hair, your hair is going to take much longer to dry than mine, you know? For example, like so other people with their hair type have to put a lot more labor um, in order to maintain it. And it's just like kind of a fact, I think, if I'm not making sense, like when they do it. But then again, other people with their hair types, like they can go longer without having to do certain things to their hair versus my hair type, even though it's less of a hassle each time you do it, you have to do it more often or it won't look good. You know, like, so there's that too, in my opinion. But that also varies person by person. And it would be very inappropriate to group it by type as well. I don't know if I'm making sense. But yeah, this other comment put good girl on my video where I put capitalism being a pyramid scheme. I'm gonna hide you from the channel because that comment just felt weird. That was on purpose. This other person put, and you're not invited, with a smiley face. And I said, capitalism is a pyramid scheme. And then they said, and you're not invited. Like, what the fuck do you mean by that? Like, what? We all have to live under capitalism. Do you mean that no one is invited under capitalism? I don't know. But you're getting hidden from this channel too because you're the one not invited here, bitch. Fuck you. So yeah. Alright, that's the palette cleanser here. 2 palette cleansers. Our community commentary reaction. We looked at the family photos. Those are our 2 little whoopie-doo. And now I just want to kind of wrap this bitch up. This live stream went much longer than I meant for it to, but I'm glad I did it. So we began by addressing some deaf community issues. We looked at tokenism within the deaf community, and I kind of did a follow-up on the Eric Horn situation in regards to what I've processed so far. And then after that, we addressed the Madeline Pendleton situation, as well as why I feel the situation does involve racism, in my opinion, and problems I had with the work culture as I felt it was perpetuated by Madeline, as I've processed it in this story. So basically, I feel like Babylungs was calling out Madeline for things that happen in the workplace. And Madeline basically kind of responded with, I'm not racist because here's a black person agreeing I'm not racist. And also, I'm not racist. It's just that you always suck as an employee. And also, I really feel like no matter what, this just does not make Madeline look good in terms of workplace culture, in my opinion. I do feel that Madeline is only going to continue in a way in which people who align with her values are going to continue associating with that. So I just feel like it's just creating a space to uphold and perpetuate and continue white supremacy and settler colonialism. But that's just me, in my opinion. You know what I mean? So yeah. But anyway, thanks for joining me today. I appreciate you. Sorry this one was so long. My energy just kind of crashed, you know. I'm glad I did this live stream. I don't know if I'm in the right headspace to do it, but whatever. I think it's good to be processing and to try and care and think about these things. So yeah, maybe I'll discuss more about this shit as I process it in the future. I probably will, but you know, yeah. Thanks for joining me today. I appreciate you. And yeah, good night. Take care of yourself. Thanks for watching. Join the loyalty program at noladeafchild.com/loyalty and check in during live streams to get points for rewards.